Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. It's gonna be another great day at the Tavern. Took the day off yesterday, got a ton of yard work done and just general art work, actual business work. So I'm feeling very refreshed and recharged and very, very excited for tomorrow. This is not already on your radar. I already have a stream premiere scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time for our Kickstarter launch. So yeah, Ricky and I have been working on this new project. It's almost here. We're super, super excited. I'm pretty sure all of y'all have followed it already because you guys are great. But if you haven't, here's the link. Make sure you're following that project. Early bird deals, goodness, greatness. It's just going to be a really fun stream tomorrow. But of course, today is not tomorrow. So for today, we got pirates and sweet fairy godmothers. A little different. I'm very excited though. But yeah, how have you guys been? We're almost done with the week, more or less. Got anything fun planned for the weekend? Because I know you guys are hanging out with me tomorrow. Oh, cool. Just Single's here. It's been a little bit. I'm sorry your wife's not feeling good. When you say gravely sick, I hope you just mean like really sick, not like gravely depressing, very serious, scary. Just instead, she's just really not feeling well. Either way, good vibes, 100%. And yeah, for the Artfest. So just Single's like, I don't know how fast I can model something. You really don't have to model something. You could write a limerick. You could write a poem. You could make a stat block. I got some mass submissions here from Empress. Someone's working on a bronze sculpture. Monkey made a map. Gwen, Dr. Wildfire, also drew something. I made some Eldritch Horror. We have a stat block from Paint. You really can just do whatever. And these are all pretty high effort, high level like entry submissions. You really could just draw like a silly little stick figure that looks like his feelings are hurt because he's been forgotten, and that works. Again, the prompts for this week are forgotten, masked, and mechanized. You don't have to use all the prompts. You can pick just 1 or 2 or 3, up to you. But that's it. When you're done, make sure that you just at Aloha. That way no one misses it. But we've already had so many lovely submissions. Thank you guys for just being creative and being part of it. I'm not sure how many weeks we're going to do this for, but a few for sure. Hey, Bunny's here. Fantastic. Bunny gave so many fantastic references for today's Tavern Keeper's Craft. I'm very excited to get working on that. Just Single says, I love masks. The mask will be good. Excellent. Very cool. Paint just says, stressed by work. Well, ignore work. Hang out here. No work here. Just peasant shenanigans and goth pirates. Glad y'all are doing well, though. Well, awesome. I think that's the main stuff I wanted to cover. Again, if you're just coming in, we're talking about the Artfest, which you can participate in by being in our Discord. It's just making a little something. It doesn't have to be some amazing masterpiece. You could knit, you could sing, you could write a poem, or you can 3D model something. Literally just any kind of art is welcome. Payne says, why not both work and be peasant? Compelling. Yes, permitted. And again, there is a stream scheduled for tomorrow already at 1 p.m. And it's just going to be a lot of hijinks and fun stuff for tomorrow. It's not going to be a normal stream at all. We'll be doing art and whatnot, but it's just all celebrating the Kickstarter and just fun shenanigans and whatnot. And then Bunny says, I mean, historically, peasants were the ones who did the work. I know, but I love lounging peasants too. Awesome. All right. Well, if there's no questions for me, and it looks like we're all here, everyone's doing the things. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, here we go. Reaper said, yeah, I'm so nervous for the job interview. If it goes good, it's money. If it goes bad, I'm just a volunteer. I mean, the fact that they want to interview you and that you have like the option to get a spot, I think you're going to do fantastic. I don't know. I think very, very highly of Reaper. I mean, I know they're my mod, but hey, new sub. Thanks, Charlie. Reaper's just awesome. So if you guys don't already know this, I've actually had little like consults with Reaper about art and helped me with 2D art because I can do 3D, but I have a really hard time with 2D, especially like stylized stuff, which is what she rocks at. And yeah, Reaper, you're just so easy to talk to, and you break things down very simply. I think having you in any workplace would be awesome. You just got really good vibes. And you're so not frantic. Like, you're so chill. You make me feel like a spaz in like the nicest way. I was like, I don't know. It's a good way to be. It really is. And Reaper mentioned, yeah, I'm already a volunteer, but I'm not the only one. I think they should hire you. In my very biased opinion, they should hire you. If they don't, let me know and I'll write them a hateful letter to a library, right? Just kidding, I won't do that. But maybe. Hey, Dragon's here, welcome in. And Empress, oh, very good. Oh man, the whole gang is here already. Lovely, lovely. Dragon says, I agree. Reaper seems to work extremely hard on top of their considerable talent and has a level head. It's true. It's true. Okay, even more people are coming in, which is fantastic. Hello, peasants. I'm going to keep talking about this because it's still warm up. There's a link in the chat right now. That's my Kickstarter link. It launches tomorrow. We're going to have a super fun stream. And, well, today too. But tomorrow at 1 p.m. featuring all of that good stuff. So don't miss it. Hang out. Reaper says, sometimes I do indulge in shenanigans. And that's what makes you the perfect mod, honestly. And just, I guess, employee? That doesn't sound as sexy. Anyway, I hope they hire you because you're fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, get us to write references for you. Yeah, seriously. I look pretty good on paper. And on camera. Okay, we're gonna get to work. I'm just mumbling now. All right, small camera, doors open. What are we working on today? Well, for to get me warmed up, I have my goth pirate posed. Again, hysterical. Ricky came up with this very quintessential early 2000s. I don't have any poses that are usually this modern and ridiculous. This is, oh my god, this is so cute and dumb. So we have like an other pose that's actually much more, high fantasy and fitting. But honestly, if this was my character, I would want both poses. So we're doing both. All right, so again, this is pose with Character Creator 4, which is you rig it, you pose it, you put it back in ZBrush, and then you gotta fix stuff. As you can tell, like this sleeve is, oh, she's naked. Stop. I'm trying to grab the sleeve. There we go. You can see the sleeve is pretty busted. So, excuse me, whenever you pose, you just know you're gonna have to clean stuff up. It's not a big deal. When I was just learning how to sculpt and all that kind of stuff, I was so devastated by the posing process. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Why does it always look so messed up? And part of it was because I was new and making a lot of bad decisions when I posed. But another part of it is that's just what posing is. Stuff bends, stuff deforms. You're gonna need to clean it up. Hot Topic Pirate. Yes, exactly. That was literally the inspo for this. Was like early 2000s goth pirate wizard. So thank you. That was the highest praise. Just Single says, I finished all my designs / blueprints for like 2 weeks. Some I can't tell if I'm good or awful employee considering I did a ton, and now I'm doing very little. I mean, honestly, I think that's normal. Again, like yesterday, I took the day off from streaming, and I got an outrageous amount of work done off stream. Like, it wasn't just because I wasn't streaming. It was just kind of like one of those days. Like, I don't know. Some days you get a lot done very easily, and other days it's hard to get out of bed. It's just the way of things. I don't think it makes you a good or a bad employee. I just think it makes you normal. Oh, on a side note, it's been like raining and thunderstorms here today, which isn't relevant to you. What is relevant is that it makes my dog snore like especially loud. Like he's anti-afraid of thunderstorms. They like soothe him. I don't know. So if you hear like especially loud gurgling in the background, it's just my dog having the best time. Like on one hand, I'm glad he's not afraid of thunderstorms. And on the other hand, what a little weirdo. They stress me out. They shake the house. They weird me out. I grew up in California. We had like, specifically the valley, we had like no weather other than hot and less hot. Like that was our weather. So being out here and having thunder that shakes the house is new for me. Luckily, we're out of the way enough where I don't have to worry about tornadoes as much. And we don't have a basement, so I mean, what would I do anyway? But anyway, on that note, excuse me. All right, that's coming together. Hey, some new people here. Game is here, welcome in. And Keith Williams, are your Kickstarter tiers available, or do we have to wait to see those? Oh yeah, I don't think they don't show them to you on that preview page, huh? Well, I know what they are. There's a lot of numbers. I'm trying to remember. The early bird deals get you like 15 or 20% off. Yeah, just wait till tomorrow at 1 p.m. I want to tell you, it's not that I'm keeping a secret. I just don't want to say it wrong because there's a lot of tiers. I mean, it's like straightforward though. We have like a supporter tier, it's just $1, and then you can get half the collection or the full collection. Because sometimes, budget permitting, kind of depends on what you want. But I think the most expensive tier to get everything is $30 without the sale. But if you get it tomorrow, you'll get it for cheaper than that. Empress says, oh, I love thinking about you perishing to natural disasters. Yeah, sorry guys, there's a little bit of existential dread for the stream. I'm sorry. I am fine. We are safe. There's no tornado. It's just thunder. Just Lingual says, their snores bring thunder and their sniffles gust, referring to my pug, which is probably the most majestic that anyone has ever talked about, my pug. I love that. All right, this is almost about done here. Let's go ahead and adjust the skirt. I like the asymmetry of it, so I might not fix it as much as I initially planned. Big fan of the fishnet. Again, whoever called this early Hot Topic pirate, you nailed it. It's exactly what this is supposed to be. I think that was Bunny. Bunny says, I'd rather take my chances with thunderstorms than a South California earthquake. I don't know if I was south enough in California. I mean, I wasn't like in San Diego. I was in Hanford, which is like right in the armpit of California, as many call it. It's just the middle. Yeah, we never had that bad of earthquakes. I don't know. It's flat. It's fine. I don't know. Like it happened at least once a year. You kind of feel the ground shake a little bit. Like it's whatever. Empress says she looks like I'd be her friend in the crew. Oh, I love that. One of the first characters I ever played as in D&D was a water genasi swashbuckler. So this is definitely bringing back good memories. Did I tell you guys that I now have a D&D game I play every Saturday? It's been so amazing to have time to, you know, do the thing that I love to do again. It's been wonderful. Sometimes life is busy and it's just really hard to fit stuff like that in, you know? But we're officially, I mean, we've been in Tennessee now for over a year, and we're all settled in, so I got plenty of time to... There we go. I got everything all figured out. Life is back to normal. And then very fitting, the heist theme for today is pirates, so enjoy. Steamworks says, what is up, all you outstanding humans? Aw, I love that vibe. We're doing good. I've been working on cleaning up this pirate, getting her ready for 3D printing, and then talking about my Kickstarter because it launches tomorrow and I'm really excited about it. That's pretty much it. Oh, and the Summer Artfest. I'm talking about that too. Is Aloha in the chat yet, or is Loa just lurking? This is the most Aloha list we've been. Oh no, there they are. They were right at the beginning. Ah, sorry, Aloha. Speaking of Aloha, I promise this is related. I slept great last night because I cried a bunch playing the stupid game they recommended, Expedition 33. Look, the beginning of the game is sad. No spoilers. No spoilers at all. Beginning of the game is sad, objectively. Cried. Great. I cried everything. But then, like, something happens that's very shocking, and I didn't cry at all because, you know, it's like plot armor stuff. I was like, ooh, wow. Wonder how they're going to get out of this one. They didn't. They did not get out of this one. I had an absolute meltdown. It's like, again, it's like, it's been a long time, and then it finally, hey, just single, use our little message thing. Amazing. I'm going to read that in just a second here. Anyway, and again, it was the most delayed cry I have had to something sad happening in a game ever. Because I was just so in denial. I was like, they're going to come back. They're going to come back. They did not, in fact, come back. I was just... My husband was sitting in the room with me, and he's just like, what is happening over there? Because I was just like hysterical. Anyway, I slept great because I cried so much. Yeah, okay. Just Lingual says, what's your pirate name? Captain Angstbeard, Emo Kid the Black, or Sad Boy Silver? Or is it not Hot Topic pirate themed at all? Oh, beautiful. Keith says, is it the beginning of Up style sad? Yes, yes. That's actually really well put. Beautiful score of music behind it. You know, heartfelt, simple. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, the game is great. I joke. It's one of the reasons why I can't stream games. One, because I don't know, like when I play video games, that's time for me, not to like perform, I guess. I know I don't have a very strong performance necessarily. This is pretty much just me. But my point is I don't live stream video games because it's time for me. Also because I fucking cry at everything. Like, I would have to just pause. If I live stream Expedition 33, I just couldn't. And I can't stream like Elden Ring because I'm terrible at it. And the amount of profanity is not suitable. And that's not how I want to come across on stream. Oh, gosh. Okay, we're also naming this pirate right now. Reaper says her name has to be Kira Ashblood. Ooh, I love that. That's edgy enough. All right, this character is almost done. Check that out. All right, let's work on this other pose, which is like super cutesy and cringe in the best way. I really love this pose. I wish I had photos of me in high school posing like this, and just, I had the most boring pictures in high school. I didn't take pictures, first of all. And if I did, I was just kind of like, oh, well. That's something I started doing, or trying to take more pictures as of like a year or two ago. Because I was one of those people that I'm just like, oh, I hate taking pictures. And I'm like, I like looking back on stuff that I did, though. So I've been trying to get more comfortable with that, too. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, you feel like you know what you look like. Like, you look in the mirror, you're like, oh, hey, looking great. And you take a photo, and you're like, who is that? So it's been a process. Learning to stream and do my hair and makeup in a way that looks like me has been a journey. It's been nice. I'm figuring it out. Okay, a bit of Mia lore that I don't necessarily want to share. Oh, here we go. Does sculpting like this create a lot of non-manifold geometry or potential resin traps? That's a great question. And essentially, it's not so much sculpting like this, but just sculpting in general. Oh, yeah. You're going to have something non-manifold. You're going to have resin traps are just holes in the model. Hey, new sub. Thanks, Martin. You just, at the end, so you notice how all this geometry is separated. Like the skirt is its own piece. The body is its own piece. All those intersecting meshes, all you do is remesh by union. So you tell the program, okay, if there is two meshes, so they're union, remesh. And there you go. You're totally set. My regular audience is sighing right now because they're ready for the spiel, but I do this for a living. I've sculpted just over 1,000 models recently, characters, creatures, anything from little mermaids like this to cherry blossom dragons. I absolutely love what I do. It's awesome. I feel very lucky to do this every single day. And again, I've just done so many of them as there comes a point where I can just look at something and know, like, yeah, I can 3D print that. Some of my favorites. But again, I just showed you guys monsters and characters just now. I also do scatter terrain. But there's not as much love for scatter terrain, so I don't show it off as much on stream. I love my trees, though, and my castle ruins and all that stuff. But yeah. Bunny says, hey, Mia, I'm going to call you out in the Discord. Why? Is it in general? Oh, boy. Trendy. Oh, my God. I'm afraid to play this. The do you like tacos misspelled is just, yeah, this is peak cringe early 2000s. We're gonna play that. I'm gonna play that later. Oh yeah, you're allowed to at me for questions. Straight up, just at M3DM and it will grab my attention. It's much easier to see. Steamwork says, this looks awesome. Thank you. And congrats on tomorrow. It feels good when hard work pays off. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We haven't had a Kickstarter launch in so long because, well, you know, part of it was because we moved across the country and, you know, stuff that just gets busy. But the other one is that we've really changed the way that, you know, we create. And this Kickstarter project isn't about, okay, what's going to make money. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's a business, but we're so proud of this one. We really took our time. It definitely is like a passion project. Because you can try to chase trends and stuff. When it comes to like high fantasy, tabletop, it's all a niche. You know what I mean? So you might as well do what you love. Yeah, that saying, like, build it and they will come. That kind of thing. Aloha said, sorry, I am here. Now, properly. I was in Night Rain Run and I could not pause. Oh, not a problem. All you missed was me bragging about my Kickstarter launching tomorrow and then talking about 3D prints I've done and how to make them manifold and that kind of stuff. I will say, Resin printers have gotten so good. They really have. If you're printing models that have resin traps in them and holes, that's like a early artist. It's so easy to fix that. Not saying I have never done that, but when I did, it was like model number 2 out of 1,000. Oh god, this pose is so lame. I love it. I really do. Oops. Just trying to select this sleeve. Reconstruct this elbow a little bit. It's a little gnarly, but that's okay. Fixing it up. The overall model still just looks fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and split this right here because it's a little too stretched. So we're gonna fix that by changing the mesh with Dynamesh. So if I do Shift F, you can see it's very triangle and very stretched. Again, the topology and the cleanliness of topology does not matter for 3D printing as long as it's solid. What does matter, however, is for construction. Why are you so low res still? You want to have nice topology so it's easier to work with. There we go. So now that it is a bit blurrier, it almost looks like it's actually just a lot denser topology, I can now sculpt on it. So before, there really wasn't enough polys to be able to sculpt on it. So now I actually can kind of come in here with my standard brush and create some fabric folds. So the standard brush is my go-to for creating fabric folds, but soon I'm going to replace that with Marvelous Designer, which will allow me to create garments and then simulate the way that fabric is going to interact. Pretty cool. But I'm not going to start doing that on stream until I finish my freaking website. I love the website I'm working on. It's so cool. You'll be able to download all my models from there. It's all synced to Patreon. It's like seamless and it's really awesome. But the problem is I literally have made 1,000 models. So I need to upload them individually and tag them. And I'm very proud of the work I've done. But when did I make all of this work? I'm like, I wish I started this website, like, I don't know, like 3 years ago. I think it's in the last couple of years where I really started making a lot of models. Because again, I used to focus a little more on Kickstarter, and now I focus on Patreon and then use those models to also make Kickstarter projects. All right, we're almost done here. You can see a little bar mug has almost hit Tavern Keeper's Craft. And once we get there, I'm going to start on a brand new model, which is also a Patreon request. Today's model is going to be a fairy godmother, but more literal on like the sweets and treats and that kind of thing. Think Hansel and Gretel, but not evil and not a witch. But very dessert. All right, here are these models. Bunny says, I honestly love the like mid-aughts, ultra cringe, alternative punk goth fashion revival that we're seeing these days. Anime kids unironically doing magical girl poses for photos. Honestly, same. Just like be fun, be happy. Hey, new sub, Floof. You have the best username of the day. That's awesome. Floof. Key says, I was more asking as a model consumer. Free models come with a cost. Oh yes, was that about non-manifold and stuff? Yeah, not here. Oh no. Oh no, I'm professional. No non-manifold issues here. Well, it helps. I print everything that I make. Literally everything. We have an absolute mountain of minis in the loft right now, which is also why I have the website coming out, so I can sell these things, because I'm like, I don't want to throw them away, but I don't want them. Kertelli says, I've also noticed that even if it doesn't cause failures, the printer will print details in a bad mesh, especially stuff that's low res intentionally, like cylinders. I've noticed that it doesn't cause failures. It'll print details in a bad mesh. Oh, especially low res. Yeah, so like for example, if you have a really low res like cylinder, like you're saying. Yeah, like it'll print these lines even. So you just want to subdivide it so it's nice and smooth. Yeah, I guess. I think I know what you're saying. Keith mentions the guy who maintains OpenForge does most of the work in the open. It's insane the amount of work he has to do just to organize his models. Yeah, it's a labor of love. Absolutely. Critelli says, like, if a wall is whacked out, it will definitely print those. That's true. I like what you're saying here. And I think it's a really strong point. People are, you know, it's normal to be concerned about, oh, is it non-manifold or is there holes in it? It's gonna print. Like, it's wild, but like printers will just be like, okay, I print it. You know what I mean? As long as it's not like like super, super crazy thin. And even then it'll probably print it. It'll just be really fragile and not fun to play with. Absolutely. All right, I think that's the end of Doors Open. These models are pretty much complete here. I didn't show that last step that does make them manifold, so I want to go ahead and show that to you guys since there seems to be a lot of interest in that today. So as the model is right now, see how it's a separate shell? So like her sleeves are separate from the body and they all intersect. This will 3D print just fine, and there will not be holes in the mesh either. Especially with minis, like it just doesn't happen. Like it's so small, like this little rat with a frying pan. It's so small. To have a hole in the mesh big enough to actually hold resin, you'd have to have like a hollow out model. At that point, I don't know what you did to create that. But if you have intersecting meshes, that's also fine. I find the intersecting meshes cause more of a problem for FDM. FDM printers, that's filament, so plastic that melts together. It'll just make it solid. It doesn't do as good of a job slicing it. But anyway, this is 4 million points, which would just bog down your slicer. So you click on this little gear and click remesh by union. And then yeah, it's gonna take anything that's layered up and just make it one piece. It's going to take a little bit because it's so high res. We went from 4 million points to 2 million, which again is indicative of the simplifying of the mesh. All right, auto groups, and then I grab this to have any weird pockets. So the biggest weird thing that we see or errors is this monstrosity. That's her teeth. That's what that was. So I'll hold Command W to polygroup that, delete, close holes, bam, and now it's solid. I could also just use a mesh here that doesn't have an open mouth cavity. I like having that though, because sometimes I make them smile and I show their teeth and stuff. So I want to have that mouth topology there for me to work with. Sweet. Now 1.8 million points is still ridiculous. So let's bring that down to 255,000 points. Usually my minis are around 20,000 points or 200,000 points. Critelli says, do you have to merge everything for the remesh union? I missed it. Yes, yes. So you take a subtool and you merge it all together. I'm an absolute heathen and I merge every subtool at once and remesh. That's not really recommended because if there are issues, it's harder to find. But again, I have been doing this for so long. Like I know when meshes are going to cause a problem and the way they construct things, it's very careful. So no problems. Empress says 1.8 million. My word. You know, for ZBrush, that's actually a pretty low poly count potentially. That's what really makes ZBrush special, is that it handles high poly so well. All right, I was gonna say something else. Oh, I forgot about this, Keith. Keith, I'm not sure how familiar you are with my work or if you're still here, but either way, I share a free model every single day on Patreon. So if you were looking for some good free stuff, that's what I do. Today is a goofy one. It is a baby Etterkin. Oh, what is this? What is this weirdo called? It's like an ogre thing. Etten. There we go. So yeah, sometimes they're cute, sometimes they're horrifying, sometimes they're dragons, mermaids, sky terrain. It's just something new every day. I take all 1,000 of my models, that's again growing every week, and then I just use a random number generator. So sometimes it's the same model, but the odds are pretty low that it's going to repeat very often. So yeah. Again, that's on my Patreon. Someone can link that in the chat. If you do ! freebie, it'll show up. I don't know how I forgot to mention that when you talked about free models. I'm like, wait, I do that every day. Keith says, ZBrush looks quite a bit nicer than Blender for posing. I think so. So I use Transpose Master for all my creatures. And then recently I started using Character Creator to handle my humans and humanoids to do multiple poses at once. Because I can just rig it once and then do a bunch of poses. There's still a bit of cleanup and stuff, but yes. Keith says, nice. I love free models, right? Again, I have so many, and the way that I run my Patreon's a little bit odd. Like, I do weekly releases, but they all just go into the vault. So I know a lot of creators do like a monthly package you get, but I found very quickly, nobody remembers to download these once a month, and then they miss out, and everyone has hurt feelings, and womp womp. So I just do it. If you subscribe to my stuff, you get everything. And everyone's like, oh, wouldn't they subscribe and dip? You'd think so, but here I am 6 years later, and it's a steady flow of income, and it's pretty awesome. Shocktop's here. Hello, welcome in. I think you're new. I can't see a link on the Patreon. Download the model. It's at the bottom. Let me show you. So I want to make sure you guys can grab it. So come here. New sub. The Mad Hatter. Welcome. Scroll at the bottom here. Bam. Attachments. And then, yeah, I have 3 different versions here. Just in case you want to scale the model up, download the no base version. And then the pre-supported is from me, test printed by me. It's for resin, but sometimes you can get away with printing it on FDM. I have a whole Kickstarter launching tomorrow about pre-supported for resin and FDM minis, which is, oh look, right here. Again, this launches tomorrow. There's 40 minis here. Creatures, monsters, scatter terrain. That's my FDM print, and that's my resin print. Again, the FDM print doesn't look as good as resin, but not everyone has a resin printer, right? So I want to make a project where I support both. Good questions. A lot of new people today, so especially don't be shy. Ask me questions. Critelli says Character Creator 4 doesn't work on Mac. I know. I hate that. Shocktop says, oh, thank you. You're very welcome. What are the standards for bases? Great question. So I design for D&D, which is pretty standard. It also will play nicely with Pathfinder kind of stuff. So essentially the base size is 25 millimeters in diameter, like this, for a standard humanoid, which just means a small or a medium-sized creature. Technically for tiny creatures like a rabbit or something like that, you put on a extra small base, like half the size. I never go smaller than 25 millimeters because it just gets annoying to pick them up. The next size up from this is a 50 millimeter base, which would be huge or giant. Because I know it's huge and then gargantuan, but I think in between that is large. There we go. So it's medium, large, huge, gargantuan. And each time your size class increases, the base size doubles. So it goes from 50 millimeters, 25 millimeters to 50 millimeters. Does that make sense? So yeah. But again, I share all my stuff without a base too, in case you want to have a different scale, make it more of a statue piece, that kind of thing. And when you start dealing with like dragons and creatures like this, it's more of a decorative piece. You don't have to worry about navigating it on a grid or a table quite as much. It's really important that your player characters and NPCs do fit on their base. Otherwise, like, you hit other players and it's super annoying. But this, you can be a little less standard for epics. So yeah. Key says, is it large than huge, question mark? Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's medium, large, huge, gargantuan. Yes. Critelli says, interesting. I know some people default to 30 millimeter. Yes, so what does that mean? Okay, so 30 millimeter, I think they actually do 32, but anyway, it doesn't matter. 28 millimeter is really common, so is 32. And that just means from the bottom of their foot to eye level, assuming they're standing straight, not hunched over, is gonna be 28 millimeters. And that's reflective of like a 6 foot tall man. So if you have like a shorter elf, maybe she's smaller, lankier, whatever, maybe she'll only be 27 millimeters to the eye level. Again, what if she has high heels? Well, now she's a little taller. It's just like a general rule for creators to keep their stuff looking cohesive on a table. However, when I sculpt like halflings, I don't actually want them to be freaking 10 millimeters tall. Like, it's just a nightmare to print. So, but some people like their micro minis to look accurate as possible. Again, no base version for them. Personally, I can't paint that, so I have myself a little larger. I also sculpt in a more realistic scale, so like the heads aren't especially large, which can be harder to paint, but I just like how it looks aesthetically. Sean says, no, it's big, McLarge, huge. Thank you, Sean. That's correct. Bunny says, yeah, back in 3.5 edition, there's even more size categories. Fine, diminutive, tiny, small, medium, large. Oh my goodness. I miss Colossal though. That's fun. Yes, here we go. Keith mentions 25mm bases are convenient because they fit within a 1-inch grid. Exactly. And most people play on a 1-inch grid. Bunny says, oh man, Mia, when are you going to model some epic size minis for? Right? I know. I think that'd be fun. 6mm. Well, I mean, technically you can scale it up however you want. So, it could be now. Okay, enough chatting. That was kind of a long doors open there because there's some new people here and I like to share what I know. So let me save this. And let's open a new project. Okay. So we're hanging out in the, oh, we have no clothes. There we go. We're hanging out in the M3DM Livestream Hub right now, so if you have references or cool things that you want to share, that's the place to go. But it is finally the Tavern Keeper's Craft. What is it? All right, so during the Tavern Keeper's Craft, I model a Patreon request and make it a 3D printable thing. It's pretty fun. The goal today is to get this fully blocked out and detailed right up until posing. So that's what we're gonna do. Today's request is from Micah. So let's check that out. Micah says, I just realized I've been busy this month. I haven't put in a request yet. My legendary patrons can put in a request every single month. While I know it'll be multiple months before it even starts, it's true, it has been 6 months. I'd like a sort of confectionery fae, like a fairy godmother that entertains children, bringing sweets and toys. Oh, I love it. Oh, they bring them to life temporarily. Okay. I did some gingerbread warriors for my Frostbite collection, so maybe I'll decorate the base accordingly. So we already have some references shared here from Bunny, and they are fantastic. They're all Magic the Gathering cards, and they really fit the vibe what we're going for today. I'm especially disappointed that nobody has requested this. That's amazing. I love everything about those. And I already have some gingerbread warriors too. Incredible. Thank you, Bunny. All right, so step 1, to make this fairy godmother, another new sub. Goodness, a lot of you today. Dimitri, welcome in. So it's really important that when you're working on minis, because they're small, you want the silhouette to read very clearly. So before I come in here and I start detailing like this dress and all these things like that, you really want to start with the body and making sure this is the shape you want that character to be. I don't mind if she's a little on the tall side. I tend to make all my minis on the taller, lankier side. It's just kind of a personal preference. Reading too much manga. Anyway, I assume that the fairy godmother I'm going to go for here would be a bit older, a bit more plump. So let's go ahead and age this base mesh, shall we? This base mesh was created using ZBuilder, and then I did my own sculpting on top of it to make it just the way that I'd like it. Ooh, more references. I forgot about this card. Oh, I love the vibe of this. Animating Fairy, which again fits this prompt extremely well because it brings like sweets and treats to life. Very sweet. All right, where am I? I make a lot of models every week. So sometimes when I try to find where stuff is at, it's not as easy. I was just gonna search my whole computer for Godmother. There it is. All right, cool. I have the reference I wanted. I was thinking it'd be sweet if her hat, instead of being like a witch's hat, like a fairy godmother hat thing, it was just a giant cupcake. So I would like if her outfit was adorned with sweets and treats. I know I've mentioned it 100 times, but I've mentioned 100 more. your girl, I have sculpted 1,000 models, which means I have done a model like this before. I've done a dessert witch. So I would like if these looked like they belonged in the same universe. Here is my dessert witch. You can tell that her little brooch right here is actually a donut. Of course, she has a plate of cookies. This is a much younger, sweeter version. Oh yeah, she has icing at the top of her boots, more donuts, a sprinkle skirt. So the way that this is decorated, I want to have today's model reflect like similar vibes. And again, fit in the same world, but we want a much more like homely, older, classic grandmother vibe version of this. In fact, I would like if I even created this model today as a just like, it is the same model, but just older. That could be really cool. Of course, we make the outfit much different and whatnot, because I don't want to just make the same model again. But yes, I always like showing you guys that when I have like niche requests, I'm like, you'd be surprised how much overlap there can be. A lot of y'all have good taste. Holy smokes, ZBuilder is $250. Wasn't when I got it. I got it for $60. I got a really old version of it though. And then Bunny says, Mia, have you done many plus size models? Not many. It'd be nice to have a fairy who's a little on the plump side because she's been eating her own treats. Yeah, no, I plan on doing that for sure. I don't have as many that are like that though. And that's why this is a really good opportunity for me to do that. So yeah, let's get started. All right, this is my base scene where I create. So my first stage, and a lot of you guys are tabletop nerds, so you know I'm talking about kit bashing. So anything that I've created for previous models, every one of these pieces was created custom for a model, but now I can use it and iterate new things from it, right? I like doing this right from the get-go to kind of be able to play with shapes very, very early without having to spend too much time. All right, for her hairstyle, I think something shorter would be sweet. All right, we're gonna do a really funny kit bash first. And the reason why I'm not adjusting the body first is because having all of these open will cause ZBrush to run a touch slower. So I wanna go ahead and grab the pieces that I want now. It's gonna look ridiculous. It's one of my favorite parts of my job. And then we'll modify our details. I like this little like petticoat thing. Not petticoat. What is this? What is this? A shawl. Emperor says, anyone here redesigned something several times? At what point do you call it good? That sounds like a case of not knowing what you want itis, which means if you don't have expectations or clear like a goal for whatever you're creating, you're gonna goalpost move. So think like, okay, I want to make something cute that is meant to be a familiar, you know what I mean? Or I want something scary, or I want something tall and like a vibe. And then you can see, has your piece achieved that feeling? And if it doesn't, go back to your expectation and be like, how can I make this cuter, scarier, etc. Yeah, sometimes I sit down, I just start creating, and I find when it's open-ended, I end up not wasting a lot of time, but it can be difficult to know what you mentioned, like when to stop reworking and redesigning something over and over and over again, right? Critelli has a great one too. Constantly, design's always iterative. It really just is experience. I like that one. That's a very good point as well. Empress is one of my mentorship students, so like I have a little more context on like the way she learns and like what she's really asking too. She's like, this is code for, this is driving me crazy. I keep fixing and redesigning. When do I stop? There we go. I'm on massive number 3 and it's just not hitting the way I want. It's fun, but dang it. Yeah. In that case, stop creating, put the pencil down, really think what are some cool elements you want incorporated. Do you want cracks? Do you want it overgrown? Think of like the secondary shapes that's really going to bring that personality together. And then go look for some references. Go find some inspiration. Great questions, Empress. Empress says, what Mia said, lol. Yeah, no, I got you, Empress, I know. Again, Critelli's answer was excellent as well. I just have a little bit of background knowledge here because I talk to Empress all the time. All right, I'm trying to think of what kind of top shape that I want for her. I might make that from scratch, but I do like this looser fit as well. And we're gonna make assets from scratch today too. Again, this is like that kit bashing, and you'll see why this is really powerful. If I was like a super god artist, I guess I wouldn't need to do this stage. I'd be able to just look at it and like visualize it instantly, but I'm not. I need to see it because I'm visual. So this lets me do that. This could work very well to get this like apron shape quite easily. I want these cute like Mary Jane like shoes. This model is going to look completely different in an hour. This is going to be a fun one. All right, that's everything I wanted to grab. Kind of gets me on the right step. So if you make her super small, you can see like her silhouette, right? You can also turn your model black. I think that's really smart. So you can just evaluate that silhouette. Yeah, absolutely. We just watched that movie. Which Shrek was that? I can't remember. We just watched it. My husband and I. My husband watches Shrek all the time. Drives me crazy. But anyway, evaluating the silhouette's a really powerful tool. She doesn't quite have the silhouette I want right now, but it's on the right track. All right, this looks ridiculous, which means we're on the right track. I'm gonna click on scene right here to kind of set up my colors. That's not a real button, scene, to be clear. That's a macro that I made where it does a bunch of presets for me. All right, here's our ridiculous kit bash. Let's get cooking. First thing I'm going to do is place a base underneath her. So we kind of put her in a world, and then when people kind of just jump into the stream, they can see, oh, that looks like a mini. I'm like, yeah, that's what I do. All right, let's look at my bases. Let's do one with the flowers. Oh, here we go. Someone new. Silver's Scratch Built Productions. Hello there. Yeah, seriously, welcome in. And then Keith said, having aphantasia, I'm always sad hearing creators speak about how they visualize things. It's like a superpower to me. Yeah, I don't have aphantasia, but maybe this way of creating would be helpful for you too, like having this asset library then, if you can't visualize it, right? And you can actually just see what it looks like. All right, we have a base. All right, let's start making this look good because she looks ridiculous right now. If you're new here and you're like, I don't know about this process, trust the process. We're gonna zoom into her face and we're gonna start working on this model. All right, so she obviously doesn't look very old right now. She looks quite young. So I'm gonna start changing the color scheme here. I think kind of a reddish, almost strawberry blonde would be a sweet color scheme. I'm going to start adjusting her face and just making all of her features look a bit softer and sweeter. This is okay, faces are very, very sensitive because we know it, well, in theory, you know what faces look like. So when they're wrong, you're especially attuned to it. Usually when I am designing things, I use, like my move brush is like huge. I do like few strokes, but large changes. That's not true with faces. I do the opposite. I really take my time and I'm very careful with all the strokes that I do. Okay, I think since she's a fairy godmother, giving her a little upturned nose would be adorable. I'm going to use my clay brush to start building up her cheekbones and just making her a bit more homely and just sweet looking. You can use a clay brush or you can use standard. It's up to you. By default, the clay brush does have poly paint turned on, so if you don't want that, make sure you turn that off. Her jawline is pretty sharp right now. It doesn't need to be. There we go. I'm going to hide her eyelashes right now so I can really change her face shape and her eye shape without feeling constrained by her eyelashes. I'm also going to give her more of a pointed ear because if I ever have the opportunity to do that, I like to do so. I'm going to use my mask lasso brush and then the transpose line to just whoop, elfify. There we go. I'm gonna give her a little small, sweet smile. I'm not gonna do like full teeth because I'm just not in the mood to deal with a mouth right now. I'm really going to purse her lips though, kind of give her a sweet expression. And then there's a lot of things that happen when you smile. So my face, especially when I smile, like everything's really scrunches. So make sure you don't do this. Where it doesn't, it's like they're just sneering at you. Make sure you soften their whole face. So big smile. See how much my like eyebrows and like my face squishes right here? Otherwise it just looks horrifying. So I'm gonna grab Move Topological and I'm gonna move this line upwards. Empress says, Mia, not the time, but did you just had to remind you about the orb crack brush issue. Yeah, I'm not really sure why that brush is giving you problems, so I'll download that during happy hour and we'll just see if we can figure that out together. That's a great suggestion on mood boards. Absolutely. Notice that I did all the adjustments on this face at a very low resolution too. Just makes life so much easier. As I say, less polys, less problems. I'm gonna give her more of like a sleepy, sweet expression. And then now I'm gonna start sculpting the nasal labial folds a little more intense. You have to be careful though, because it can be very unflattering. It's a very sensitive wrinkle. And I would like to give her maybe little dimples too. She looks disappointed a little bit. Like she's like, is that the best you can do? So I'm gonna brighten up her eyes a little bit by shaping her lashes. That's better. Again, facial expressions are very, very sensitive. It's crazy to think this is the face we started with. She already looks much, much different. Yeah, Empress says she's already looking drastically different. Yeah, same brain. So what are you making this miniature for? For me. But no, seriously. Everything I make on here is a request on Patreon. So this is my job. I have a bunch of tabletop nerds that pay me, other tabletop nerd, to make these a reality. It's pretty awesome. So someone wants this character for their campaign, which I will then put in the vault on Patreon, which I have 1,000 other models, characters, creatures, terrain, and everyone can enjoy it. So for them, they might use, like the requester might use this character as like an actually like sweet Godmother character. Someone else might see this and make a one shot where she's the villain. It's pretty cool to see how people use these models in different ways. All right, we're gonna start messing with her hair. I might need to give her a custom hairstyle, but I think I like this like short wavy hairstyle. Could be very cute. Whenever you're creating hair, just really take your time to make sure that the hairline makes sense. I can kind of get away with this because she's going to have a hat. But, you know, be thoughtful. I think I'm going to make this look like a cupcake as well. So I think making her look almost like a pastry chef would be lovely. Empress says she'd be a player character for me. See what I mean? Like, it's just so cool that everyone's gonna want to something different with the characters that I make. Shrek 2 mentioned. It was Shrek 2. Okay, yeah. And I'm not too worried about little clipping issues and minor little things. Again, this is early. You don't want to cut your model short before you've even started. Does that make sense? I always say like criticizing your work before it's done is like eating a cake that hasn't even been baked yet. So it's just like flour and raw egg. Like, don't do that. That's weird. All right, making a little bit of progress here. Let's keep on working. So we're going to remove these base layers here and go with a plumper body type, which I don't do very often. That's why I want to do it. I'm going to delete the modesty garments I have here. YouTube doesn't actually care. I'm concerned sometimes that it'll throw a fit. It hasn't. It's been fine. Okay. So we're going to add a little more volume to her arms, and then of course, her belly. So fat isn't just like something that just grabs your entire body. Like, don't take a model and then just do this. That's not what it looks like. Especially the way fat accumulates on men versus women are also different. So instead of just using the inflate brush, I'm actually gonna use the move brush to start changing her body type. Oh, this is so sweet. Oh my God, Katie from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of body type that I'm going for. Cute. Because by default, I make my models pretty like lean athletic build, mostly because it's really easy for me to design from. Thank you, Aloha. I knew you would love that moment. Okay. Silver says, I was just wondering, I'm a professional mini painter. Oh, no kidding. Oh, how cool. That's awesome. If you want to share some of your work, you're welcome to join our Discord, and you can even advertise your services in our self-promo channel. Just saying. We got a lot of people like minis in there. Just saying. All right, and then I don't get to talk about this super often, but I have a huge pet peeve when it comes to boobs. If you're going to change the shape of them and stuff, just make sure you keep this like this teardrop shape. They are not hemispheres, please. They can be if like they're in a corset or they've been pushed that way. But if you have like a looser fit like this, teardrops, remember, teardrops. Boobs are kind of like noses. They come in like a lot of different shapes and sizes. So why have the same boring shape every single time? You know what I mean? And then Keith says, Nyana Sweets, the wizard who specializes in the school of after-school snacks. Oh, I love that. And then like Nyana kind of sounds like grandma, you know, Grammy to me. Amber says, hey, what if I got work done? Okay, you're right. You're right. And then I don't know. I'm trying to think. No, I lost my thought. I'm not trying to think anymore. The moment's gone. No thinking. Oh, here we go. Just remember this from How to Draw Diverse Manga. Oh, cool. Here we go. It's like that shading is really helpful. I love this. These areas indicate where fat would typically be first added or removed. Exactly. And you can see that's kind of why I'm clicking where I am. I've grabbed here. I'm actually not going to add too much to her inner thighs because it just makes it hard to pose if they're touching. I can add that after the fact. But yeah, mostly on the bottom here. And then I'm not going to worry about this body being too perfect or whatever because it's just so I can add clothes to it nicely. Move and back face mask is a fantastic tool for this as well. And then more right here. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and give her some clothes now that she's a little plumped up. She's also really freakishly tall, actually. I would like to amend that. Her legs do not need to be... She's just all leg right now. There we go. Just make her a touch shorter. A big rule of thumb here is that the hands, when at their side, should fall right about mid-thigh point. Again, you can go a little less, a little more, but that's a generally good guideline. Like, you don't want her arms to be like this, for example. That looks ridiculous, as does this, you know? All right, let's put her shoes back on, as well as some clothes. All right, I like having this looser fit top. I don't know. There's something that feels really organic. I think I like the cut the most. And then I'd like the skirt to be especially fluffed out and looking more like an apron. Oh, I'd love to add a big bow to this somewhere. All right, as far as the color scheme goes, I want to do light pinks and oranges, more on the reddish side. I'm more of a fan of like a reddish pink than a purple pink. Both are great. Empress says, oh man, not to backseat here, but don't forget in older people, the skin underneath the armpit is a little looser. How would you show that looking weird? You know, as of right now, I haven't really made her very old. I might have like a younger fairy godmother right now is kind of thinking of. Like, that's my first thought of making her look really old. But then I was like, I definitely have friends that are in their 20s and are just living their best grandma life. So we'll see. Oh, Taka's here. Hey, watching on mute / very quiet from work. Hi, Taka. All right, I'm going to mirror and weld just so the shirt is on the same plane. Again, the assets that I grab are not to be kept just as they were, right? These are just to help me quickly kit bash, and then I do whatever I want with them. Frequently, I'll just sculpt over them entirely. Oh, and then Empress did ask, how would you make that look less weird? I mean, it's just a body, so I just don't think it would look weird, honestly. You might want to add like this looser skin right here once the model is posed, but you could absolutely add it earlier on too. Oh, Micah's here. Hey all, a little late, managed to pop in at least. This is Micah's request. Yeah, we're really early on here. Here's that kit bash, and then she's starting to look a bit sweeter. Again, I haven't made her look very old yet. I mean, she doesn't have to look old. We were just talking about that, because again, I have friends that are younger than me, and are very much so in that grandma fit vibe. Oh, a color theme idea, Alcremie from Pokemon. Amazing. All right, I'm gonna split, again, these assets are just here for me to do whatever I want with. So I'm going to split the skirt into 2 pieces. There we go. So I can really start shaping it however I want. Perhaps a fit grandma vibe, one that's always 15 years younger than you'd expect. Yeah, oh my goodness. Don't even get me started on my neighbor. My neighbor is wonderful, and she has a bunch of horses too. I just have the one, but she has 6. Anyway, this woman was 20 years older than I thought. I had no idea. She makes me seem absolutely gimpy and unfit. It is incredible, just the way that, again, country strong. Just, yes. All right, I'm gonna move this up to be a little higher. Kind of fluff that out a bit more. Excellent. Oh, David's here. Hello, hello. Ooh, a strawberry shortcake color palette. Man, Empress is on fire today with all the ideas. I love it. And it kind of goes with her hair almost. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Let's get some more gradients in here to incorporate this color scheme that Empress just... Ooh, look how much better that looks. Yep. I'm kind of going for this shade right here, but just translate it into my scene, which is a little more saturated. Empress immediately made this model look cooler. Thank you, Empress. All right, I do want to give her like sleeves. And then Micah says, I mean, godmothers can't really be any age. They're just chosen family in case something happens to the parents. Exactly. My godparents were more or less the same age as my own parents. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I want a poofy sleeve. Don't love either one of these sleeves here, so I might just make a new one. All right, we are creating our first custom asset of the day, which is going to be a puffed sleeve. You're going to select the body, put the lowest subdiv, and then use your mask lasso brush. you're gonna kind of just like paint on the shape that you want. There you go. Make sure that the selection that you want is what's dark. So again, what is masked. You can hold Command and then click off of the mesh to invert that. There you go. And then come down to your subtool menu to extract. And then I always have it at 0 thickness. Again, I don't add, so you can see, look, this mesh doesn't even exist right now. I'm not gonna worry about that until we're way closer to posing. The topology is fine, but a little wavy and whatnot. So we'll clean that up using Z-remesher and half. Empress says, I'm just waiting for skills to catch up to my mind. Crying face. That is an interesting sentiment, and I hear that a lot. Here, I'll raise you an interesting idea. If you feel like your art skills are, holding you back from how creative your mind is, usually it's because your artistic eye just isn't there yet, which you could consider a skill or perhaps part of your mind. What you think you're seeing isn't what you're actually seeing. I say this all the time, where draw what you see, not what you think you see. And a good example of this is it shouldn't be any harder for you to draw a human face upside down than it is right side up if you're really analyzing the shapes that are there, not thinking this is an eyeball, but instead this is a rounded almond shape with this kind of volume, for example. Just food for thought. Sometimes our brains give ourselves too much credit, being like, oh, I'd be so awesome if my pencil or my art skills were better. And it's like, nah, you're both wrong. That's okay. It's part of art. Oh, I kind of did a cool thing and talked over it really quickly. So what I did was I masked the edge by her shoulder and at the edge of the sleeve. So when I inflate it, poof, makes a nice little sleeve, just like that. That's a really easy way to make those like princess sleeves. We don't have any ruffles yet. I would like to make some ruffles. I think I have some ruffles in my asset library, but I want to show you guys how to make them from scratch. Oh, thanks, Silver. I'm glad that you subscribed. Glad you like what you see. You're very welcome here. Join the peasants. Oh, Silver says, I joined your Discord and post a few pictures of my work. I would love to. I want to look. Did you share under mini painting? Yes. All right, we're doing a little community highlight here. Just some of my personal minis. Oh, I see some great color schemes. I see some great blends. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Is this Warhammer? Sure looks like it. Sick. Well, have fun. You're very welcome here. Bunny, heretic. Wait, are those all loyalist models? Awesome. Well, you're very, very welcome. Sweet. And then Benet is here. Welcome back. Hello, I wanted to ask, does stylized sculpts really need the tertiary details? I agree. So stylized work, yes and no. So let me go ahead and grab some artists here. Or even better, let's go to the Maxon page. So what I'm doing is, it's style. Again, stylized is just like saying, it can mean anything, but usually we all mean the same thing when we say stylized, which is almost more like, think Pokemon, like smooth, simplified forms. Come on, Maxon, show me your homepage. It's like, no, I will not show. I will not show you. That's ZBrush Central. That's what I'm trying to look for, because I know I can find stuff like that here. It's a really good question, and I feel like we touch on it a lot. Because everything here is stylized to some extent, But like this, for example, which is from Monster Hunter, this is Nergigante. It is still stylized, but very detail heavy, right? Versus something that's maybe more, we would say, anime-like, which is, that's a pretty good example there. Tertiary details are what we're talking about, like, think like facial ports, individual strands of hair. Like, this is fantastic. And it still does have a lot of tertiary details, even though it has that stylized look. So, yes and no. I guess it really depends on what style you're going for. But you're right, usually it's a lot more simplified looking. As I say, there's not as many secondary forms to hide behind. He says, seeing you add colors for designing makes me curious. Do you ever get requests for AMS, so multicolor modeling? No, I don't get requests for that because I don't offer it, but I do love color. And I should have them all. Yeah, I have 2. 1 second. Also, I'm in sweats. Don't worry about it. And I feel like I'm exposed. Usually I'm in jeans, I swear. All right. Now you guys all know that I'm sitting here like a Zoom meeting. At least I have pants on. All right, so these were printed. These are minis I have made, but they're obviously not very many. But these were printed with my AMS system on my Bamboo Lab. So yeah, this is not painted. This was as it comes off the printer. I don't have this color file shared, but that's why this Kickstarter tomorrow is a big deal, because I'm trying to gauge more interest in my community for FDM supports and offering more color supported models. One of the bonus models I'll be releasing during the Kickstarter actually is a full color file. So I have that, and I have a smaller one here that was also just full print in color. So yeah, for the most part, I paint my minis on stream because it's fun. That's it. I just like what I do. Benay says, thank you for answering. You're welcome. Emperor says, holy, that model. Oh yeah, he's a bit of a stud, huh? The Barbarian King. And he's a great FDM print too, because he doesn't require very many supports at all, because his axes are on the base. Yeah, he's a fun one. Davis, oh my god, your mods are right. You are really short. I'm 5'5". Stop. Anyway, working. I was going to show you guys how to do ruffles. I'll probably grab the ruffles I spent more time on. That's in my asset library, but I want to show you guys just a quick, easy way to do it. So I import a ring, I grab my mask pen, turn on symmetry, subdivide multiple times. And then I'm just going to draw like a squiggle. Ooh, I didn't do a very good job right here. There we go. And then you can flip it over, invert that mask, and inflate. Oh, bam. Ruffle. There you go. That's a really quick way to do ruffles. It's cool and it's good enough, but I am currently becoming absolutely obsessed with Marvelous Designer, which lets you make your own assets or garments, and then you like simulate the cloth. It's really, really cool. I'll tell you guys more about it when I get better at it. But there you go. Really easy way to do some ruffles. Keith says, I just watched you do it, but my brain said, Rusted the Owl. If you're not sure what they're referencing, it's like those art tutorials where it's like, okay, we're gonna draw an owl today. Step 1, a circle. Step 2, add a cylinder. Now a beak, a little triangle. Step 4, the rest of the fucking owl. Like, it's so difficult. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. Do you want me to show you again? I'm gonna show you again. Because I know you're not like necessarily, I don't know if you're trying to learn 3D or not, but I do teach and I like to be a good teacher. So I have a ring. I'm gonna hold command for my mask brush and then draw a scribble. So just think of like the flowers in SpongeBob. Like not flowers, but like the sky, how it has like those little flower shapes. That's what I think of when I do this. Bam. Hold command, click and tap off of the model, and it'll invert the mask. Here we go. Thank you, bunny. And then if you bring up your gizmo, you can actually just click on this little square, and that's going to increase the size of the mask. And then I click and drag on this arrow. So that's a somewhat better, slower tutorial of how to do it. I hope that was a little more helpful. And I didn't take it as a criticism at all. To be clear, Keith, I know what you're talking about, and it's so frustrating. So I'll repeat it as many times as needed. David said, yes, please. I was looking away too. See, that's a big reason also why if someone says like, what, or is confused, I like to repeat it no matter what, because I know it's going to help someone else that's watching. Perfect. David says, lol, so is my wife. It's 5'5". So that's cool. I'm 5'8", so I have zero room to talk. I recently found out that my husband, who I've been with for over 10 years, is not actually 6 foot. He's 5'11". He just says he's 6 foot. And I was shocked by that. I was like, what do you mean? You're 6 foot. He's like, no, every guy that's 5'11" just says they're 6 foot. I was like, 10 years. It's like I don't even know this man anymore. Dave says, oh, dank. I have not heard the word dank in so long. Wow. That makes sense. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Hey, Monkey's here. Hello, hello. Welcome in and welcome back. Hello. Uh-oh. I come back and she's talking about height again. Yeah, I had to stand up to grab something and not everybody knows that I'm average height and wearing sweats. Again, I usually am wearing jeans. I don't know. Okay, we're doing the art. I want to add like a bow or just something sweet. Empress says, I cannot believe Ricky is a liar. I know, same. I think adding like a butterfly and just like cupcakes and donuts and other cute things to this model would just be perfect. Since she is a fairy godmother, I would like to give her wings. All right, so here's a bow that took my time and really did a good job sculpting. And the best thing is that it's individual pieces. So it gives me a lot of control on how I want to, sculpt or edit this. I'm a big fan of having the tails of the bow a lot longer. Again, when you're sculpting assets that you're going to use again in the future to like iterate from and create new characters, it's really important that you create them intentionally. So that way you can really get the best bang for buck. Otherwise, things kind of end up looking samey as opposed to just in like the same universe, which is a very careful line to walk. If you missed the beginning of the stream, we were working on my goth wizard pirate, so the vibes are all over the place today. All right, and I think it'd be beautiful if she had like these swooping ribbons going from right to left. Right to left. Anyway, think of like the beginning of Cinderella where the little birds are like dragging these ribbons and that kind of stuff. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking of in my head. To do that, I'm gonna use the curve strap snap brush. I'm going to click and drag, and then I'm going to hold shift. And what that will do is it's going to grab the entirety of the mesh. You'll notice I've already done it multiple times, and that's because the curve brush works when it wants to, which is fine. I can relate to that. Just do it a couple times until you get a result that you like. It's a little finicky, but it's a very powerful tool, and it's worth getting good at. And in a lot of ways, it's really just the best way to get the job done. All right, so I have one ribbon here. Maybe I should have it higher up. I don't know. So I'm gonna start playing with different shapes here and maybe just adding, how many bows is too many bows? Yes, this scene. Thank you, Bunny. It's exactly what I was thinking of. Yep. Fring's Chicken is here. Hello, hello. I feel like I remember Fring. I'm gonna call you Chicken. Chicken asks, I want to ask how your mentorship works and if you take classes. I'd love to join. I need help pushing some portfolio pieces forward. Yeah, absolutely. So a mentorship program is real simple. I see what level that you're at and where you want to go. If you're a brand new beginner, great. If you already have an established business, great. I have students that do both. Once I know where you're at and where you want to go, I ask how fast you want to get there. Do you want a structure where you have assignments due every week, every day, every month, or is it just a hobby? Once I have those two things, where you want to go and how fast you want to get there, it's just assignments. It's as simple as that. I tailor assignments to each student and it's all one-on-one. We'll have a DM on Discord. And for example, if you're brand new, one of the first assignments I'll give you is just navigation. How do you move, rotate, and pan your model? There you go. So that's an example of an assignment. I'll give you videos that I have created myself personally to watch that will guide you through that. And then for you, since you mentioned you have a portfolio and you know what that is, I'm assuming you know how to rotate and pan and zoom, which means I would likely review your work on stream if you are comfortable. So Empress, that's a student, she's already DM'd me, work for me to review, I guarantee it. And I do that every day during happy hour. And it's fine if you can't make the stream, I just send you the timestamp. And that means you get unfiltered, clear, spoken review instead of like a wall of text. And then you can be like, hey, what did you mean at this timestamp? Or how did you do that? So there's a bit of an overview. Let me know if you have any questions. How do you handle time zone differences for mentoring? That's a great question. It really doesn't come up as a problem. Most of my students, I respond to all my students at least once a day. So you can expect to have a brand new assignment or review every day. And that does include weekends, though I am trying to establish more boundaries on weekends to not just work every day. That's a me thing, not a you problem. But anyway, Monday through Friday, you can expect a response from me. And because I stream every day. So for the most part, it doesn't really come up. Great question. Empress says, things you can be sure about in the Tavern, that is this stream. Mia got her degree from Amazon. No, I didn't. I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Fresno State University. Hated that. I must get credit for that. I did it in 4 years. Yeah. Ricky lies about his height. Okay, that is true. Maverick snores like a full-grown man. That's also true. That's my dog. Look at little black Martin. Hi, little black bean. If I make my camera bigger, just so you guys can see him. Look at this little face poking out. Maverick. Wow, he's not reacting at all. There he is. Hi, babe. Oh, a big yawn. And art will be done. Yeah, speaking of art, I should keep doing art. If you have a question, ping M3DM. And yes, Aloha, my degree 100% is my rage bait for me. I hated college, y'all. I must get my little crumb of credit for actually getting my mechanical engineering degree. Funny. I did my time. 4 years of it. Yes. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound very long. But I really hated it. Does that count? Does that make it double? Empress says this is actually on topic now about my mentorship program. I can confirm Mia's feedback is precise and it isn't clear. She'll just explain it differently until it becomes clear. Exactly. Because not everyone learns the same way. And I'm not going to be offended if 10 of my students understand, but maybe you don't learn that way. I'm not going to be like, well, then you're dumb. I'm just going to explain it in a better way. I am very, very passionate about communication, and I really do think that communication and words, it's an art form. So yeah. And if I think I can't help you, I'll tell you that too. I've only ever had one student where I was like, I don't think I'm a good mentor for you. I don't think I can really provide the skills and guide you to where you need to go. And I'll just tell you that up front. Again, it's only ever happened one time. And that was a lot earlier on too. I'm a lot more skilled now. But my point is, I'm never gonna, my whole mantra in my life is to under promise and over deliver. So right now I'm kind of sculpting some nice fabric folds here on the sleeve. Again, I am using just a standard brush. Nothing crazy, nice and simple. This shirt looks really funny. We're gonna Z-remesh it. There we go. Chicken says, thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. I have at least 6 pieces of work done where I'm stuck and I just do not know where to go for each. Currently a second-year student animation. Can I message you on Discord? Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Yes. Gender neutral they. I just a bad habit. I just assume everything. Moving on. But yes, you can DM me. Also, is your picture Courage the Cowardly Dog, but just super tiny? I can't tell. That cartoon traumatized me as a child. Also, just a little spoiler alert, you mentioned you're stuck on several pieces. Usually the answer for true artistic growth is not buckling down on one piece and reworking it a tiny bit. It's actually just creating more art. For example, when I teach my students how to sculpt a head from scratch, I banned them from working on it for more than 30 minutes. And so the first head that they show me is just like an orb with 2 eye sockets and nothing else, because they ran out of time. And that's the way it's supposed to be. You get more comfortable. You have to keep restarting and getting comfortable with that process, as opposed to working on a single head for dozens of hours. You know, it's just not how we learn. You know what I mean? It's more practice. The answer is almost always more practice. That being said, I'd still be happy to review your pieces and how to improve them, but I would discourage you from overworking the same piece too many times. That is so cute, and I love the colors, and oh my god, I need to give her leggings like that. Thank you, Blue Jester. Oh, this one's fantastic too. Oh, I love the mittens on her hip. That's precious. I don't have mittens. I'll need to sculpt those. I can do that. Thank you, guys. Aloha says, all right, let's see. This is a joke. This is a joke. Aloha is one of my most advanced students and says, also, Mia responds to feedback really well. One time I had some feedback for how she went on about her work, and she replied with the coordinates to my house. Oh, my Streamlabs thing is totally wrong. It's not 4 days until my Kickstarter. It is tomorrow. Let me edit that. That is a pet peeve. Oh, cute. I love this. You guys know of so many fantastic artists, and I really appreciate you guys sharing them with me. Oh, and if you're just tuning in, keep forgetting to mention this. Follow my Kickstarter. Here is the link. It is awesome. It launches tomorrow, not in 4 days. Ignore my bot. It's just behind because I didn't update it. All right, I have updated it to be 1 day because it is tomorrow. So, I mean, technically less than 1 day. Because 24 hours from now, it will be live. But 1 is fine. Sweet. Moving right along. Chicken says, it is Courage the Cowardly Dog. And when I get stuck, I start working on different models. And I get stuck again, and then the cycle continues. That sounds like a fundamental issue. I got you. I can definitely help you with that. Because that means that you're kind of like, you're hitting that wall of like your skill ceiling almost, right? And it is good that you're starting a new project, but then you just come right back up that skill ceiling. And at some point you do need to learn how to push through that skill ceiling. And usually that's in the form of doing studies. So is it overall design? Is it silhouette work? Is it, at what level are you getting stuck on? David said, hey Mia, I recently got a book that helps specifically building out a concept portfolio. May I plug it for chicken? Yes, 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 yes. I bought it because Amazon said it was to help develop creature ideas, which it does, but it helps more about concept portfolios. Yes, please share that with them. You can put that in general, or you can put it in resources and inspo. Either is fine. Or you can DM chicken directly. I would prefer if you DM chicken directly that you also still share in Discord, so I want to look at it too. Aloha says, chicken reminds me of Ray with the struggles that they have at their current stage. We can for sure help. Yes, Ray is one of my other students who is also in uni right now. So, similar. Same. Oh, this is adorable. This is from the board game Flamecraft. Is that a little dragon serving cupcakes? I love that. There's so many details in this. Look at the little kids in the window, and wow, this is really nice. It's like an enchanted cake. Has like a little like love potion effect, maybe. Oh, that's wonderful. We're not even halfway through the Tavern Keeper's Craft, and I think we've made some really lovely progress. I'm going to add some more detailing to this belt right now, and to do so, we're going to add a edge here. So I'm going to go to Insert, Single Edge Loop. Put one at the top and the bottom, and we'll do one right in the center. And then we go extrude poly loop. So it goes, that will be inset, and then extrude. Oops. There we go. And even though it's quite simple, the detailing that I did, I refuse to do any operation the same like twice, So I'll just duplicate this belt again and bam. All right, now let's start adding some like swooshy fabric folds to this like side apron I've given her. I'm gonna scrunch it up just a touch using the transpose line, and now coming in with my standard brush to create this shape. It's a little odd shaped. I want it a little more bell-like. That's fine. Very good. I'm gonna hide these belts just for now so I can create these fabric folds without the belts being in the way. I'm gonna send them to the top of my subtool list by holding down Shift and clicking on this little right angle arrow. So now both the belts are at the top. I can click merge down, bam. That's pretty much how I keep my subtools organized. I just send them to the top and merge them down. All right, now for the skirt. Again, I'm gonna use a standard brush for this and kind of like this swooping motion from left to right. Again, we're just using the standard brush for this. Whenever I do a stroke that I think looks correct, I click number 1 on my keyboard and it repeats that stroke. You're never gonna get quite, without a lot of time, as good of a result as you would if you were to simulate it, but you can get a really fantastic result still. I'm actually gonna take a different approach here and make some tension folds that come up to the bow instead, and then I'll probably meet some ruffles on the side here. There we go. So you'll notice that they all kind of originate from this point right here. And that's why I have them swooping up to the side. Someone subscribe, I missed your name, I'm sorry. Hello, thank you. All right. And then once they start to trail off here, you can take your smooth brush and kind of soften that edge. But not always, it really depends on what that fabric looks like. And that's why you should have lots and lots and lots of references. All right, another point of compression will be around her waist. So I can start creating some little fabric folds there. The size of your fabric folds are so important because they're going to tell, you know, the viewer what kind of material this is and how thin and gauzy it is. If you're using like a really chunky like wool apron, the fabric folds will be much thicker and larger. I'm going for like a silkier, gauzier approach because it's, again, I'm thinking of the little apron from Cinderella. That is so satisfying. Just whoop. Hello, it says, ooh, Mia, those fabric swoops are swooping hard. They are. Again, do not mumble when you sculpt. Really dig in those shapes. I could probably be doing more here. So something that is okay, this is good reflection. This isn't just ragging on your own art. I think there's an important distinction. I'm very aware of the shortcomings of these fabric folds. They're aesthetically pleasing. However, though there are plane changes, they're not overlapping, which is a huge part of fabric folds. But for what I'm doing, that's why I call it a kind of quick and dirty way. A way to level this up. Let me show you guys, because I always want to show you the more is more option, right? But time is money, honey, and I'm working on a time budget, so that's why I make the choices I do. But anyway, here's a really, really cool technique for fabric folds. Take your move brush, or sorry, your my God, restart. Take your masking brush and make sure you select Mask Lasso. You can find that in your brush palette right here, right up here. Click and drag a, like, I don't know, what is this? A tall triangle shape by holding Control, and then Control tap to invert it. Next, bring up your transpose line. By default, you'll have the 3D gizmo. If you want to change from this to your transpose line, you click on Y, and that will go back and forth. With the line open, click and drag a line. This is the last step. Click the letter, I know it's a lot of clicking, I'm sorry. The letter R for rotate, and then see this little inner circle here? It will rotate that fabric fold. Okay, it's ripping through the back because that's what, there, go away. There, see how much different that looks and what a stronger pipe fold that is? Again, it's kind of ripping through the back because I did a bad mask right here. Let me fix that. But the point is you take a triangle section here and then rotate it with the transpose line. Especially if you're using this without thickness on your model, you really can get a lot of control and get a very like crispy fabric fold that is just like plain change ready. This is how I would do like pleats in a skirt, for example. See how much stronger that is? But it takes a lot more time. So there's a trade-off. Reason number 1000 why I'm learning Marvelous Designer to simulate this for me. All right, again, just kind of showing that before and after, kind of a little process. I can scrub my undo history here so you guys can see it. Just draw a triangle and then rotate that fabric fold out. And then imagine if I had a bunch of those right here. You know what I mean? Very strong. It doesn't even mean that this is a bad fabric fold. It's just, you know, there's always better, stronger ways to do things. Oh, hey, this is who subscribed and I missed your username. I'm gonna call you 19. Makes my life easier. 19 says, first time here. Welcome in. It's super nice to watch your work and explain every step. It's a perfect stream to watch while I'm procrastinating from modeling myself. At least I'm learning something. Join the club. That's what everyone else is doing here too. But if you do have questions, you want to learn even more, please ask. If you put at M3DM, that's me, it will put it in bright orange so it's easy for me to see and to not miss your question. Awesome. Micah says, I honestly wish I could try some of this stuff, but between software costs, my desktop being a potato, and being so busy all the time on my own TTRPG on their projects, I just can't right now. And you know, that's fair. We all have stuff like that. Like for me, it's gardening and working with my horse. I just cannot find time for this stuff. And I know the people online are like, oh, you just make time. I can't. I cannot make time. I have spent the time. That's just how it is. Just keep that in mind that you're passionate about it, and at some point maybe that window will open up in your life and you can take advantage of it. In the meantime, you can just play with ZBrush Mini Core. It's free, and you can kind of get into some of that high-res sculpting and funness, you know, without the money and the time commitment needed. Yeah. 19 says, got it. Thank you. And then is the Artfest stuff shared on sometime, anytime, never. It'll be shared on Monday. So speaking of, hello all these new artists. If you haven't already, please join our Discord. We have the best peasants in the land. Seriously, it's a fantastic community of creatives and artists. And then we have an Artfest going on. Every week we pick 3 prompts. This week it is masked, mechanized, and forgotten. Make something. I don't care if you knit, if you yodel, if you draw. I don't care. I really don't care how good it is. Just make something and then share it with us. Empress has made a mask, and Empress specifically said about the first mask they submitted, I think they were like, I don't like it. Thanks, trying to say I hate it. But she shared it anyway, and that's what I want to see. It's great. So yeah, so I made a mannequin. I made some Eldritch Horror thing. Monkey made this beautiful map for D&D. There's my Eldritch Horror thing. Someone even made a stat block. Get in there. Get creating. And I'm going to review all of the pieces one at a time on Monday, and then reveal the new prompts. Artfest, Artfest. Yes, where's some confetti for this moment? There we go. But seriously, you're more than welcome to join. That goes for any of the peasants watching. Micah was like, Mia, my desktop is a potato, so ZBrush Mini Core would be like glacial, most likely. Maybe ZBrush is not as CPU intensive as people think, and it's definitely not very GPU intensive. I'm gonna look up what the minimum requirements are, just because I'm curious, not because I doubt that you have a potato. I'm certain you have a potato. It's okay. ZBrush Core Mini requires 4 gigs of RAM. So I don't know if they even sell computers with less than 4 gigs of RAM now. 6 gigabytes is strongly recommended. So if you're anywhere over 4, I mean, you should be jamming. Chicken says, I have shared 3 models I'm working on. So do check him out when you are free, ma'am, with a little like hidden face emoji. Absolutely. I'll check that out on my break, and I'm not going to give you a review because that wouldn't be fair to my current mentorship students, but I can look at them and let you know if I can help you. Because again, I got no problem being humble. If I see your work and if it's at a level or direction that I'm not going to be able to, I'm not confident I can help you improve, I will just be like, nope, not me. But I bet it's probably me. My students have a huge variety of work, and I've been teaching for quite a few years now. Quite successfully at that, if I do say so myself. I got some students that I am crazy proud of that have been producing really the best work of their life in the last year or so, which just makes me really proud. That being said, kind of on a hot note, artistic growth can be a little overrated too. Having areas and like times in your life where your artistic growth is just totally stagnant is normal. Does not mean you're a failure as an artist. It is totally normal. We call it the plateau. It happens. It just happens. So I'm fluffing out her skirt a little bit to make the silhouette a little more interesting. I quite like it. All right, I'm actually going to adjust her chest a touch here. Or her shirt. Kind of missing some volume and some belly. She still has very athletic shape here. There we go. I can turn on transparency to make sure this is actually fitting her body. Beautiful. All right, and then there should be some fabric folds across her chest right here. But it's like a gauzier fabric, so I want it to be more, sorry, I keep bumping that with my head. And like a loose tension. There we go, that looks really comfortable. I like that. Chicken says, so from where can I enroll? That is a great question. I forgot I did not give you the link to that. Here you go. It's on, so I have two Patreons. One of them is for my 3D printable minis and the other is just for my mentorship program. And that's just where the payment is hosted. We do all of our talking on Discord. So yeah, it is 30 bucks a month. So it's $1 a day. And if you're wondering like, wow, that's a suspiciously good deal, I'm aware. I have my mentorship extremely aggressively priced because I want to make sure that I can appeal to people who are also hobbyists and maybe don't have time to take full advantage of it every month. So it kind of becomes like maybe some of my students are really busy that month, maybe some of them aren't, but everyone's still paying. So it kind of just smooths over for everyone to benefit. It's almost like a crowdfund situation and it works out. I still get paid and then you guys don't have to pay hundreds a month for mentorship. But I want to be very, very clear. $1 a day for mentorship is absolutely outrageous. And don't put that pressure on any other creator being like, oh, well, Mia is really inexpensive. No, what I'm doing is ridiculous, okay? I have a very specific business model that allows that to be okay. Aloha. Ooh, me. Me student. Yes, you student. You best work this year. All right, I'm going to fluff up her hair a touch more. I just want more fluff. But I don't want to hide her ears. I also would like if her ears were a bit larger, I believe. I'm a big fan of big ears and big noses. And I cannot lie. That was terrible. I am so sorry. All right, I also would like to add some wings. There we go. I don't want to lose the structure of the ear too much. I'm gonna make sure that I pinch right here There we go. That way, since they're off just a little bit there, they will actually affect the silhouette, which is what I'm looking for. Chicken says it is actually, that's why I was a bit confused and just wanted to make well, it does help students a lot, so thank you. Yes, and then yeah, talking about the pricing. Yeah. Chicken, you fit right in. I like it. Welcome to the Tavern. Especially, again, it's a courage, a cowardly dog, profile picture. You're also 3D. You're also trying to grow as an artist. I like it. I like it. Aloha says, Chicken, yes, don't worry. There's a reason Mia's students are so supportive of her work. She doesn't try to squeeze every penny out of any person who walks past. Exactly. That drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Yeah, so many mentorship programs are completely unobtainable without a down payment. Isn't that the truth? And I'm like, we are all trying our best out here. Yeah, like there was an Artworks at BlizzCon, and the mentorship is $1,000 for like 20 days. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not, the value might not be there, but like, I couldn't take full advantage of that in only a month. Like, oh my God. Woof. Nope, would not happen. All right, I don't like how chunky these, oh, I forgot about this little petticoat thing that I might put on top. It just screams little old lady. I think it's gonna be too busy for the design right now. And these belts are too chunky. So, and if you're wondering like, oh, what makes you think that, right? Because I'm never gonna change things in my model and not tell you why. So I'm constantly reviewing the primary forms and secondary forms. So like right now, what are primary forms? Okay, we're gonna do a little lesson right now. Because we have a lot of new students and potentially Chicken's gonna join right now too. And I talk about this, I use the same kind of like verbiage. I want to make sure you know what I'm talking about when I say primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. All right, primary forms are the big shapes. So in this case, let's pick a green. The primary form is this big triangle shape dress. So she's got this like tapering shape. If you want to break it down a little bit, you could argue that it's like this bell shape with this little thing on top. Absolutely. Which means if I want to be more interesting, I really could push this skirt out more. And I probably will now that I'm reviewing this shape here. Secondary forms will be like the ruffles right here, the belts and the bow. Think of like when you're building an art piece that it just builds on itself like a pyramid, which means if your primary shapes suck, your secondary and tertiary shapes don't have a chance. They just don't. Everything builds upon each other. So tertiary forms are going to be like little tiny fabric folds and like the strands in her hair and that kind of stuff. So again, if her hair just looked like that, oh, that could be cute actually. I don't know how to do bad hair right now. Y'all, I love hair so much. Anyway, if like her shirt didn't fit her body at all, there's no amount of fabric folds can make that look better. Does that make sense? So yes, that's what I mean by primary, secondary, tertiary, just literally primary, big shape. Secondary, smaller shapes that complement the big shapes. And then tertiary, little details like hair strands and little fabric folds. So there you go. Really, really important that you just know those concepts and it'll help you with your work. So right now, I'm talking about these secondary forms of these belts, and they're just not looking very dainty, which is their purpose. So I'm going to make them a lot thinner. I like that a bit more. And I like that it kind of flows with the skirt. Something that I don't like about it though, or I think it's a bit of a weaker point here, is that there's nothing on it. Where, okay, this is like a D&D character. Like where is all of like the pouches and the decorations and the mittens? So it's time to start adding more gear, for lack of a better word. Like I think it'd be funny if she had like a wooden spoon tucked into her apron. Maybe for smacking disobedient children, maybe for mixing batter. I don't know. It depends if she is a villain or not in your game. Before I get too far with this though, I touched on maybe making her skirt a bit larger, and I do think that would be a smart thing to do. So I have all these subtools, right? I want to make the skirt bigger, which is therefore going to mean lots of pieces. That's going to affect the bow, the belts, and 2 layers. I could go through and manually adjust every single one of them, but that's a really inefficient way to do that. So instead, let's go into Transpose Master. Chicken says, count me in. I would also appreciate the critiques from y'all. That's how you really get the best bang for buck in my mentorship program, is by being cool and hanging out with other peasants. We actually have a lot of students that will hang out in the Peasant Social Hub, which is a video and voice channel. If you're shy, it's totally okay. This is optional. But I have a lot of students that will come in here and create art on their own stream in my Discord channel, and they'll watch each other and learn from each other. I also have people that will like live stream Stardew Valley, so you can do whatever you want. You don't have to work. All right, this is Transpose Master. You notice I'll take all my subtools and make them one piece. There you go. So now I can adjust everything really easily and really quickly. We're gonna take that skirt, and whenever I am making changes to my character, I wanna change the silhouette, right? Don't do this. We're like, I'm gonna make it this much bigger. No, go big or go home. I make it like a general hard rule for myself to increase things by at least 25% to see how that looks. In this case, it looks ridiculous, right? But what if I can make that work? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, break your design and then reel it back a little bit. Don't mumble when you sculpt. Oh yeah, and David said, I have some experience with other software too, in case anyone needs help translating lessons to Blender. David's the goat. Thank you, David. You're very appreciated, and we're so lucky to have you part of this community, seriously. Good peasant. Awesome. Aloha says, yeah, alongside me herself and helping the Discord, there's tons of lovely people looking to help each other while they also learn. Exactly. Micah said, Mia, I tried looking to find ZBrush Core Mini and they discontinued it as of May 30th. That drives me crazy. I'm so sorry. That's okay. Maxon, I think, is working on stuff behind the scenes. They've recently removed ZBrush Core as well, which made me very sad because it's a great tool and it was an affordable option for a lot of my students. Oh well, I know they're working on stuff. I'm so sad that they take things away in the meantime. Oh well. All right, we're making the skirt a bit poofier, which is going to create a stronger silhouette. It also makes her look a little more stout and a little more plump, which is what I wanted. Sweet. It's a little ridiculous and exaggerated, but that's exactly what I wanted. Be interesting. All right, and once you're done, you click on T-Pose Sub-T, which is very confusing. So when you're using Transpose Master, I'm gonna show you these buttons once this is done editing. Look how much better that looks. Heck yeah. Okay, right here, T-Pose Mesh, just think of it as a big start button. And T-Pose Sub-T, end. So start, end, start, end. Much more clear. These buttons down here, if you don't know what they do, don't worry about it. Hey, that 130 artist is back. Toda, welcome back. We're working on a fairy godmother today. And it's just about time to give her some cute wings. Ooh, should we go with butterfly wings, more of this, or moth-like wings? Or maybe none of them and do something totally new. Okay, a fairy godmother, again, could have any of these types of wings. I don't want to do feathers. I feel like the butterfly would make the most sense. But I like these. These are a classic. I'm going to try this one for now, but if you saw all those options and you were like, oh my gosh, the moth wings or whatever, and felt strongly about one of them, let me know. I love getting feedback from y'all and incorporating that into my models. And then it's really cool because I release these every Monday and you can be like, I helped design that. Bam, put that on your resume. All right. So I simplified them a little bit. There we go, something kind of like that. Cute. Butterfly is my vote. Same, Toda. Same. Empress says, Mia, will this have wings? I can see her having Wings Club style wings. LMAO, never mind. Same brain cell. All of us. Oh, I love it. And then Micah is talking about something for their TTRPG game, I'm assuming. Micah is incredibly creative. Again, if you're just tuning in, Micah has supported me on Patreon for such a long time. Thank you. I don't know if I say that enough to you, Micah. You are my favorite kind of patron. Super creative, long-term support. Literally makes my job a reality. Thank you, thank you. And you're creative to boot. They're talking about something they're working on right now. The core book will have 13 terrors, among them the Headless One, known in ancient myths as Egfail, Theloi. I'm not trying the second one. I'm proud of my first try. Among the other names in other cultures. Very cool. That sounds epic. Aloha says, are you guys seeing the stuff that Micah is cooking? I know. It doesn't surprise me. I still love it, though. I'm still impressed. Just not surprised, because I already know that Micah is a creative genius. Amazing. I'm going to scroll up here a little bit to find Empress's... Oh, I'm in the wrong thread. Because Empress put in this color palette, which I think they generated from Coolers. I'm going to put this on stream really quick, because if you guys are not familiar, and if you have trouble with colors like I do, go to Coolers. It's free, and it will help you generate really solid color palettes. Wow, stop advertising. Cool. Start the generator. Yes. Nope, I don't need an interaction. Okay, so you press spacebar, and it'll give you a new color palette each time. And it gives you all of like the hex codes and stuff, so you can put them into different 2D and 3D software. Here's a link to that. It is free. And you can also give it prompts somewhere, and you can say like desert colored or horror or whatever. You might have to pay for that now, because they're getting bigger, so it's costing money now. Ugh, my good free tool is costing money, I guess. But seriously, it's awesome. Go get colors. Go have fun. Especially if you like have a bunch of minis and you don't know what to paint them, and you're not picky. Just bam, there you go. So I'm going to assume that this is kind of like her skin tone-ish. And so it looks like that contrasts best next to this darker pink. But then I used that for like all of her clothes already. So let's go even darker, and I will do a center white highlight to separate that from the body. That sounds like art. That sounds like I know what I'm doing. Yeah, that works. That really works. I'm going to make her wings a bit smaller, because I don't think they're going to be like super functional. They're just there for vibes. I imagine she flies more so based on just magic and good vibes. I don't think she actually flaps these around. You know what I mean? There we go. All right, let's add some little pouches and little treats. I already have quite a few by default, but that doesn't mean that I want to make my own and add more. I do think I should add a platter of cookies onto the base. Let's go with a warm color for the cookies, and then some sort of simple muted gray for the platter. And that can just sit on the base. Perfect. I'm going to bump up these fabric folds just a touch more, and then add those little swooshes on the side I was talking about, though I might end up doing piped folds instead to kind of complement this ruffled look that I have. To do that, I'm simply adding and removing material. It's the same brush. I'm just using standard. I do a stroke. Now I hold down Option. I take away. Add, take away. Add, take away. That's it. And if you're like, oh, it looks weirdly shaped. Yes, that happens. So you put it at a lower subdiv, and then you can fix that kind of weirdness with the move brush. There you go. And I'm not even sure what kind of fabric folds I do want right here. So I'm kind of just playing with some different shapes. All right, we're starting to get to the end of Tavern Keeper's Craft. After that, I will take a brief 20-minute break or so. I'll come back, and that begins happy hour, which is when I focus on my students. This is where I review your work, answer questions, all that kind of good stuff. And even if you're not a paying mentorship student, you're more than welcome to ask questions still. If you ask a ton of questions every single day, eventually I'll be like, you should join my program. But if you're just like a casual hobbyist, like ask questions, don't be shy. And then Toda says, I'm sorry, did you just use spacebar color and change the whole color without color fill? Yes, kind of. So ZBrush is interesting. If you don't, so if I hold down shift and click on this tiny, teeny paintbrush, see right there? It will toggle color on and off. And when color is off, when you bring up spacebar and click, it will preview the color for you. So I use this to just kind of test color palettes and kind of see how they look. So for example, I will go to, let's say I want to change the color of the skirt, but I don't want to have to actually like change the color of the skirt. I just want to preview it. I'll go to the skirt, turn off that little paintbrush, hold down spacebar, and then I can kind of just click and drag and try a bunch of different colors until I find one that I like, and then click Fill Object, which is located under the color palette, which is somewhere up here. There it is. Fill Object. That never occurred to me that that was a cool tip or trick. Thank you for asking that question, Toda. That is actually a very cool trick. I will talk about that in the future. Amazing. I think Toda was happy with that. They just straight face emojis, which to me is kind of how I act when I learn something new that's very helpful. My first reaction is like, disgusting. I would have loved to have known that earlier. Well, at the beginning of Tavern Keeper's Craft, which was about an hour ago or so, this was the end of our kit bashing stage, and here we are now. I told you, trust the process. Empress says, because of Mia, I can't work on things without coloring them first. You're welcome. You're welcome. Soon, you will have to adjust your light scene every time and your ambient occlusion and all this other nonsense. Yeah. It's annoying, but in the best way. Darn, making things look good. All right, this model does not have nearly enough donuts. Ooh, and candy canes. Here, I'm just gonna merge a lot of these down. There we go. I'm gonna grab these little treats and then move them over to my new scene here by clicking append and then clicking right here. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of my subtool menu where it should exist, and it does. Click on unify so we can actually see it. And there we go. I now got all these little bits and bobs I can play with. I'm gonna break each one of these into their own piece now and then color these, correctly. We have this and then red. I'm like, what color is a candy cane? I know this one. I'll go with like a lighter pinkish red, just to suit the rest of the scene. It would be cool if I made a version of her where she was dual wielding candy canes that had been sharpened, but that's perhaps not the vibe. And then Mad Crafter Studios, hello and welcome. Does Polypaint transfer to Blender for rendering beauty images? Yes, it does. The Polypaint from ZBrush will go to Blender, but as you know, probably already, not without problems. It will not just happen. You have to create like a material node. I haven't done this in a long time, so don't listen to the specifics of what I'm saying. Think in broad strokes. You do something in the material node nonsense area, and then you enable it. And then make sure that when you do export this, it's with an OBJ, which should include the Polypaint information. I really want to find that video for you, because I followed a tutorial to do that. Again, I don't use Blender, but I use it enough. All right, ZBrush Polypaint to Blender, because there's a specific video. All right, this is from 2020. Oh, it's from IR Sculpts. This is from Ian. Okay, cool. The guy who makes this made this video, tunes in on my stream sometimes, and it is such a celebrity moment for me, you have no idea. But this is the video that I watched to learn how to do this. I'm telling you, when he joined my streams the first time a couple weeks ago, I lost my mind, and this is why, because like I learned watching his videos. Yeah, you can see I'm subscribed. Cool. Anyway, this is the video tutorial on how to do that. David says, oh, Mia, have you played Baldur's Gate 3? Have I played Baldur's Gate 3 in the good year of our Lord 2025? Yes, of course. If so, do you know the hag? Yes. I tried so hard to not have to kill her. I mean, you don't have to. No spoilers, but you don't have to kill her. Anyway, but she was just so bad. She was so evil. I was like, okay, you keep bringing people into your little hovel here and torturing them. They asked for it, kind of. Anyway, she was super cool. If so, you should do a hag version with the rotten treats. That would be so cool. Dude, when that whole area, okay, not spoilers. You know when things change, when you learn new information? Yes, that looked really cool. That's kind of a spoiler, I'm sorry. Again, Baldur's Gate 3 has been out for a while. I try to be vague though still, but yeah. Madcraft says, I'm afraid to do all my color refining if it doesn't transfer to rendering software. Oh yeah, no, it will transfer. So I use Keyshot personally, though I'm trying to run away from it because it's so expensive. But yeah, no, I probably paint in ZBrush and then I put that into Keyshot. Madcrafter says, thank you. You're welcome. And Micah said, no, that totally can be the vibe, protecting or rescuing children from a hag. Or maybe she is the hag. But no, seriously, that's cool. Micah, you're always so like open to cool ideas, and you are the cool idea, so thank you. For now, she's just gonna be cute. And David said, yeah, no, it's Act 1. Sucks to suck if you don't know yet. Dude, I used to say that all the time. And then I was like, that's mean. Don't say that around me. I'll start saying that again, because I think that's the funniest thing. Madcrafter says, where are you getting these packs of pre-made props? Do you make them yourself? Oh yeah, everything in here I made. And it was for a specific character. Like for example, I made this, okay, this is not a great example, but yeah, I made this pirate ship wheel literally for a pirate ship I made. I made this lock here for my 7 Deadly Sins project when I created Wrath. What are some other ones I did? This is for my gnome wizard that I created for my Women Tabletop project in 2020. But yeah, everything in here was created for a project. This was a tribute piece. Someone lost their cat and it was sad, so I made a Scottish fold. The one next to it, I actually made a couple of these and then fully detailed them to be like more Maine Coon-like. And I made Freya from Norse mythology, and her chariot is actually like carried by giant cats, and that's why I have that piece made there. Okay, because we brought that up at all, I have to show you that piece of Freya with her chariot cats because I am so proud of that model and it just looks, it's bitchin'. Okay. Freya with chariot cats. You guys are not ready for this. It's one of my favorite models of all time. Check that out. And that is like true to Norse mythology. It's totally legit. So awesome. So yeah, those are those cats are from. Whenever I make something cool, then I save it in my asset library. Today was kind of unusual. I really had a lot of assets that suited this character well. Usually I have to make a lot more from scratch. For example, this morning we started off the stream with my goth pirate, so that required a lot more sculpting from scratch. Speaking of, I haven't saved this model yet. Fairy Godmother. And then really quick, I will show you guys that goth pirate that we worked on 2 days ago. Like for example, I didn't have the fishnet leggings. Yeah, this is a little bit of a different vibe than what we're working on today. I work on a lot of different kinds of models. They all fit within like high fantasy for sure. But yeah, you do this for long enough, there's a lot of range that pops up. And again, everything I sculpt on stream is the request. So someone supports me on Patreon and they're like, hey, I want to see you sculpt this, usually for their D&D game. And then I sculpt it. Madcrafter asks, is there a certain amount of prop/detail recommend to add to the base? Yeah, it's up to you. For a long time in the beginning, I actually didn't put anything on the bases. It was just a little disc and that was it. And then as I get faster at sculpting, I have more time, and so it's just fun for me. I have a lot of people that print my models without the base entirely. They make their own base. They rescale the model, whatever. There's no right answer to that. Still a good question though. Empress says, Goth Pirate and Fair Godmother in the same party. Absolutely. I'd like to think it's like her rebellious teenage daughter, or one that she then had to take care of, hence Godmother. I like it. Yeah. A lot of great questions today, and my goodness, a lot of new people that tuned in. If you haven't already, liking the stream does make a huge difference, so not as much of a difference as you just already being here though, so thank you. Empress says a chain of donut bracelets. I think having a chain of donuts on her wrist would be too chunky, but that doesn't mean we can't have a bunch of donuts and have them looped together, perhaps on these little ribbons I have here. Or maybe like little brooches that stick to the side. Kind of like break up this detail a little bit. Let's go ahead and poly paint these donuts. And to do so, I'm just going to go with a very simple color scheme. I like to keep things pretty simple. Two-toned, maybe three-toned. I don't want it too light, otherwise I'll blend in with her skin too much. So let's fix that. Perfect. And then for the sprinkles, we'll go with a light pink. Nope. We will go with white. It's fine. Yeah, I think that'd be cute if it kind of like pinned together on top, and that's kind of what held up the top of her shirt and the sleeves. But I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna move these around a lot. Ooh, I like the idea of these being on the bottom of her skirt a lot more. Yeah, no, these donuts, go away. They look much better here. They're gonna read really well too. We need a donut in the center, so I'll click and drag. Perfect. And I'm gonna duplicate and mirror across the Z axis. There we go. For the back of the skirt. Perfect. And mirror and weld across the X axis. So then I can grab these donuts here and just taper them a bit better, or angle them so they fit her skirt better. Excellent. I think it'd look better if the center donut was a little lower. Because again, I want to have like that ring shape here. Oh, that's really cute. I love that. It's very on the nose and I just adore it. And then David says, Mia, I just finished the hybrid from the Were Leopard. You just mentioned the base and people printing without it. Are you recommending that I do without? And without bases for my models moving forward? Okay, specifically for the one that was like the X stripper that was like on that pole or whatever, like that would require a base for sure. And it's up to you. You don't have to. What size of pen display do you use? Ridiculous size. It's like 22 inches or something ridiculous. Yeah. I don't use any buttons. I don't use a touchscreen. I don't use any of the buttons on my pen. I have my left hand on my keyboard over here, and then my right hand does, you know, the drawing. But I use an outrageous amount of like hotkeys with my left hand all the time. Primarily spacebar, Option, Command, Shift, and Control. And Q and W. And R. Okay, those are all the letters that I use on my keyboard. I have a cheat sheet for my students. Empress says, hello, I need this skirt. If I could stitch and garment weave, I would so make this. Isn't it cute? And I think it'd be really cute if she was holding a tray of cupcakes. So I'll place this over here, likely to use the pose later. I really want to draw attention to the way that this character was created though. Again, one step at a time. We did not do fabric folds until the secondary shapes were done. We didn't add more elements until everything fit together somewhat nicely. Again, it's primary, secondary, tertiary. You can jump around more as you get more comfortable, but especially when you're just being comfortable with 3D and just character design in general, I really encourage you to be extra thoughtful with each step. It'll just save you more time in the long run though. Absolutely speaking from experience. There's been times where I'll rush a design and then I'll make a huge change to the design that's really difficult to implement once I'm too far down the process. Do I want more ruffles? I feel like I just want even more ruffles. Like some sort of necklace thing that's ruffles, you know? It's a little ridiculous and I kind of like it. Ruffles on the hat. So this is really common where I'll take a shape that I like and then I will literally duplicate it and put it everywhere, like straight up. And I will find the answer. Okay, yeah, this is giving like that granny vibe with this adorable frilly baker's hat combo. Oh my God. That's what I wanted. It's gonna take some shaping to make it look just right. But this is what I wanted. That's so silly. The baker's hat is not quite fitting the way I wanted it to because I forget how these weird things fit. I'll look at a reference later. But for now, we're just gonna. It's good enough. Is that Huon? No, it's a Cintiq. It's very expensive. Do not buy this. You do not need to buy this. I use it every single day and it's absolutely flawless. And it's a workhorse. I've had this tablet. It was more than it was like $2,000 US dollars. But I've had it for 5 years and it has never caused any problems for me. I'm not saying Huon will, I'm just saying this thing has gone through abuse and it has moved. I've never lived in the same place for more than 2 years. So it's been through a lot. You do not need it. It's very expensive. Get a Huon. I also use a Huon canvas for a very long time, which is a quarter of the price. It's only $400 and fantastic. It reminds me of the fairies from Maleficent. Oh, thank you. I love that movie. Should you always design in a T pose / A pose, or is it better to sculpt in dynamic position? It really depends what you're making. If you are very confident in your understanding of anatomy and flow of the body, then yeah, you can sculpt asymmetrically. If you can't just sit here and sculpt the body from scratch, you really don't have any business sculpting asymmetrically because it's just going to become a mess very quickly. I rig my character so I can do multiple poses because at the end of the day, this is a business. I want to get as many models out of the work that I do as possible. So with being reasonable, I'm not going to do like a pack of 10 fairy godmothers, you know what I mean? I usually do an action pose and a casual pose for every character that I create. As far as what's better or what's not better, oh, that would be awesome. Hat idea. Ooh, a giant cupcake. That's a great idea. That's a lot of work. I'm thinking about it. Also, this is just like a general note. I love your guys' questions. Whenever you phrase a question with should or always, you're going to see me do this. Because it's very, very rare that you don't should nothing. You don't should have to do anything. Like, no. A better way to ask that question is just like, what are the strengths and weaknesses versus posing after the fact or sculpting in a pose? Because, I don't know, it gets very like art gatekeepery to be like, you should always sculpt asymmetrically and without a pose. So it's just ridiculous. Do what works for you. The answer will always be, it depends. And to be clear, Mad Crafter, I'm not giving you a hard time at all. At all. Part of learning is figuring out how to ask the best questions, right? That's half of it. David knows all about this. David is so funny. David joined my mentorship program last month, I believe, maybe 2 months. No, it was last month. And half of my DMs with David in the beginning were like, what are you trying to ask? And he's like, I don't know, give me a second. And he would like rephrase his question over and over again because communication is hard. It is. Oh, Rudy's here. Hello, hello. Greetings and salutations. I've not heard that one before. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, I might do the cupcake hat. All right, we're gonna sculpt the cupcake. But first, I kind of like this. Ooh, that's perfect. I love this little crown piece. Again, I've got a lot of mileage out of this ruffle right here. Isn't that crazy? That's why I make an asset library and I save things. Emperor says, but Mia, school says I cannot use triangles in my mesh, even though there are tons of real world examples with them being used properly. Yeah. Also, I have no model. Everything from scratch, which would never happen. So I don't work in industry. The closest I had to that was working for Titancraft. Really cool software. It's like Hero Forge, but better. Check out Titancraft. You haven't. I'm very biased. I worked for them. They're great. But anyway, in industry and like 3D, it's very rare that you're going to like, especially as a new artist, they're not going to let you or have you sculpt from scratch. You're going to be reworking, retopologizing meshes, optimizing, that kind of stuff. Senior character artists will probably be sculpting, not even from scratch, but they're going to be doing that heavy lifting. Toda says, a topic I never see videos on is how to ask a question. Yep. Not a, hey Google, how do I question, but how to ask a specific question, get the most efficient answer. It is a crucial soft skill. It is, and it's really difficult. Yeah. Salutations is salutations, but sillier. Oh no, I knew what you were, I did seem clueless there. I did know what you meant. It was just funny. All right, we're sculpting a cupcake. We're going to jump into a different tool here just for organization's sake. And I'm going to show you guys how to sculpt a cupcake. It's not quite going to be like this, but it's going to be close. First thing we're going to do is we're going to break it down to its simplest shapes, right? So this looks like a cylinder, right? We're going to start with a cylinder. It's also a warmish brown color. There you go. Next, I noticed that it has a bit of a taper to it, doesn't it? That's more of a secondary form, so let's not worry about that yet. Let's go to the next part of the cupcake, which is this little bit of muffin top, literally. So I'm going to put a sphere on top. I'm going to squish it down, and I'm going to have it just kind of sit on the edge there, just like that. Next, I'm going to create, oh, we'll get some color in here too. We'll go with a white cake. Next, we're going to go with the icing, which is about a cylinder shape. Bam. If you don't think this looks like a cupcake, just wait. We're going to Dynamesh this at a very low resolution so I can really sculpt on this and change the forms quite a bit. I'm not sure how I'm going to approach the icing on this quite yet, but I'm probably going to do a couple layers, and I'm probably going to use radial symmetry to achieve that. But that's more of a detail. So let's get this base shape looking better. Again, primary shape, cylinder. Secondary, it's got a little taper on it. I'll bring up my 3D gizmo. There we go. Click on this little gear and then taper. There you go. I don't care that it doesn't fit. I'm looking at this line. That's what I'm wanting. And I made this taper too much. There you go. Now I'm going to make it shorter. And now we're going for proportions. That's about right. Very good. Next up is this, like the folds that are on here. I could model this using ZModeler, and I could go to extrude poly loop and do a bunch of loops like that. Or I can sculpt it by hand. I'm going to sculpt it by hand, and I'm going to use radial symmetry to do so. Radial symmetry just means that it's going to operate on like a circle shape. So I'm going to transform, activate symmetry, click on the letter R for radial, and you'll see that I have that circle forming, but it's in the wrong direction. So we'll go to Y instead. There you go. If you want to change how many dots you have, all you gotta do is just change radial count. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And you're gonna watch this get detailed in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna click and drag. Sweet. Click number 1 on my keyboard to repeat that stroke because I liked it. And then I'll hold down Option and remove material. There you go. It looks a little silly on the bottom, so let's kind of clean that up using my Trim Dynamic brush and smooth. There you go. You got some paper. Neat. Ricky says, second coffee. Yes, sir. Yes, please. That's my husband. He's wonderful. I would love a second coffee. Just Lingual says, Mia, I don't work in industry. I just work for one of the most popular miniature groups and made a living doing it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a little bit of the imposter syndrome poking out. You're right. We don't have time for that. Spush that down. Thank you, Just Lingual. Christ. Empress says, this is the most baking I have ever seen Mia do. Oh my god. Toda is also crying. Are we just fascinated by radial symmetry together? It's pretty awesome. We had first copy, but what about second copy? Exactly. All right, we're gonna flatten the space a little bit here. If you're just tuning in, you're like, oh my god, a cupcake. Yeah, we made this in like 2 minutes. You got questions? Let me know, because I don't expect it to be, I don't expect you to pick stuff up the first time you see it. That would be crazy. All right, the paper is done. We have the cupcake itself. It's not spilling over the edges the way I want it to, so let's spill. Is that my husband? Hello.
It'd be weird if it wasn't.
That would be weird if it wasn't. I was like, I hear steps. Today's been really fun.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah. We got a bunch of new people like kind of coming in and out too.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's been really cool.
That's great.
Yeah. Empress says, I bet she has a radial symmetry lesson somewhere. Either that I do. All right, we're gonna go with a bright, beautiful pink for this icing. More on the red side, just because I think reddish pinks are the best. And then I don't know how to do this piping nonsense. I was thinking of like a fluffy cupcake thing. Here, I have a reference I can show you guys. There. I was thinking more like this, but I really like that cupcake too. So we'll see. I'm definitely gonna do the cherry on top because it's just adorable. Rudy is screaming that Ricky is free. If you've been around for a long time, it's just a stupid inside joke. They joke that I keep Ricky in the basement. We don't have a basement. Okay, I'm gonna scare the new peasants. All right. Moving on. I think I can get this like frosting look using radial symmetry, but I don't know. But we're gonna try. Oh yeah, that's gonna work. All right. So the reason I knew this might work is because I'm looking at, it's just like how would I do that texture there? And I'm like, gee, that looks a lot like damn standard. Damn standard, alt. Damn standard, alt. So even when you can't sculpt or you can't practice, like you're just sitting in line, like I don't know, you're at a bank. What do people do? A grocery store. Look around at things and be like, how would I sculpt that? Like, what are the primitive shapes in that? What kind of brushes would I use? Always be sculpting. Just kidding. Don't work too hard. Sweet. That looks really good, actually. Wow. Neato. So what really makes this work well is it's actually 2 layers of piping. So they did like a little swirly swirl. So it's like 2 layers. I can probably achieve the same thing by duplicating this, moving it upwards, rotating, and squishing it. And I'll probably get a very similar effect. Yeah. It worked. And then last but not least, let's put a cherry on top. So because I sculpt with an asset library in mind, it allows me to really take my time when I create new stuff, while still, you know, making money. Which is, again, it doesn't have to be about making money, to be clear. I guess this is just literally my job. So I talk about it. I'm gonna put a little cherry on the side here, and to create the stem, I'm gonna use the curved tube brush. Wow, that was a really gross sound, Maverick. What was that? Yeah. Oh my gosh. He's being really cute. Hi, you. Why is... I know. You scratch your face? Okay. He's just making goblin noises back there. All right, so by default, you'll see that this is the exact same thickness, which is not really what cherry stems look like, but I'm not worried about that quite yet. Primary shapes first. We're gonna make it weirdly chunky because this is for 3D printing. And it's really small. I'm gonna inflate the top of it to make it look more like a cherry stem. Beautiful. And then we're gonna adjust the top icing here to look a little more asymmetric. Well, there we go. We made a really fancy cupcake and I love it. It looks delicious. Mission accomplished. Madcrafter says, when are your lives? Always Thursday? I know, right? Emperor says, Mia, since you brought it up, I thought of the curve brush I used for my last mask. I was playing with alphas just right. I can mimic piping tips we use in baking. Absolutely. That you could literally pipe this using a curve brush. You were correct. Proud of you. My goodness. Empress is learning and growing so much. It's honestly insane. Empress says, the way Mia's mind just works, hello? No, trust me, no. It works because I've done it hundreds of times. For everything that you see that I do on stream, that's like, oh wow, that looks so easy.
Coffee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And lots of coffee. Madcrafter said, no, I was being serious. When do you go live? Oh, they said like living and like when do we live? It's talking like banking and grocery. Okay, sorry. Monday through Friday. So like every day around noon Eastern time. I am so sorry. That was just whoop. Toto says, that stick is thick. Yes. All right, we're merging all this down. And then again, I'm going to keep these as separate poly groups so that way I can make different cupcakes in the future and really quickly iterate from them. It does not need to be 75,000 points. Certainly not if it's going to live in my asset library. Let's bring this down to 15,000 points. I know it gets a little crusty looking. See how we start breaking the topology up here? If I subdivide, it goes away, so don't worry about it. All right, we're now gonna bring in that cupcake and put it on her head because you guys didn't like my granny hat. No, I'm just kidding. I know you guys liked it, but the cupcake idea was just so much better. All right, cupcake hat. Oh my God, that is so cute. Yes. I love my job. I do want to look like a hat though, so I'm gonna tuck it right behind like her bangs right here, which I might need to use my move topological brush to kind of move around. Again, everything that I create, if it goes in my asset library, it is meant to be changed and iterated upon. If you look at this, her hair looks rainbow with a wireframe on, and that's because each one of these it's an individual piece that I can then mess with. Her hairline up front is a disaster. Don't worry about it. We're gonna fix it. But not right now. Trying to decide if I want to be like right on top of her head or off to the side. How would you wear a cupcake on your head? I'm not certain now that I'm here. Honestly, just like right on her head is cuter than I expected. Madcraft Studio says, to bring it down to 15,000 points, are you decimating? Isn't that bad for future editing? It can be, absolutely. Here's the deal. For something like this, like a cupcake, I can just subdivide a few times and then it looks smooth again. I can still move it around, no problem. If it was like a dress with lots of high detail fabric folds, when I subdivide, it might look a little crunchier. But you can always just Z-remesh, so you can reconstruct subdivision levels. So take your mesh, Z-remesh it, nice and low, even, beautiful quads, subdivide, then project your details back on from the decimated copy. Then it's like the best of all worlds. There you go. And then, oh yeah, a reminder, thank you, Ricky Husband. A reminder to everyone that tomorrow's stream is our Kickstarter launch party. You guys should like definitely come hang out. Like, you guys are so wonderful and supportive. And this is the time to go do the support thing. I'm really nervous and excited to launch tomorrow's project, and I would just love to have y'all there. It's going to be a very fun stream. I got lots of things planned for y'all. Yes, Ricky and Maverick will be there. You do not want to miss it. Seriously. That stream is actually scheduled right now, so you can click like notify me or whatnot. All right, got ideas for the hat. Yeah, Madcrafter, you have a lot of great questions. I like it. Keep it up. Justin Will says, now that I know that Ricky's going to be the launch party, I will be there. That hurts my feelings, but that's fine. Everybody loves Ricky. But seriously, it's a special stream. So be there or be square. All right, we are going to move this little hat off to the side. Yes, Micah said slightly back from the top of the head and slightly tilted. Yeah, I like the slightly back behind her bangs, for sure. And then tilt it a little bit and then slide on over. Okay, we were close. That's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, with the icing moving because of gravity. I like that idea. I don't want it to look like it's literally melting too much. But I mean, moving it a little bit is a fantastic idea. Oh yeah. Wow, Toda, that was a great suggestion that I can admit I would not have thought of that on my own. Some things, I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that. Nope, I was not gonna do that. Thank you. It's exactly why I love streaming. You guys make my work better. It does look like it's just kind of sliding off now. It's really cute. Wow, I love that so much. Thank you, guys. David says they will not be at the launch party tomorrow because they'll be at work. Boo, working. Just as well, I'm going to work tomorrow. This is my job. No, it's okay. You'll be there in spirit. Rudy says, I'm here for Ricky and Maverick. I guess Mia is cool. Filthy. Oh my god. And then what if we flip the cherry so this goes with like the flow of the model? I get you. I get what you're saying. I think I'm thinking too much like, oh, gravity, balance, lazy S-curve. I honestly think either works. I like either, but I flipped it, so now I'll just keep it flipped. When it's posed especially, we'll need to move it around, and we'll see what fits best. Man, Toda is on fire today. I like it. Just Lingwell says, Madcrafter asks much better questions than my mad ramblings. It's okay, you make up for it with good vibes. Alright, Maverick is like, it is time for me to get attention and you to go on break. Okay. Well, this is what we create today, y'all. Good shift at the Tavern. Let's see if I get a fun render on here. I like clicking comma for lightbox and then bring up render set. These are just pre-made filter bundles. You can make your own within ZBrush too. I'm gonna click radial overlay, shift R, and let's see what we get. Yeah, Toda, I like the idea of putting sprinkles in the original hat too, but we made the cupcake and we're gonna do the cupcake now. Fancy, fancy, check that out. I'll put a screenshot of that in our Discord. And that will be our art of the day. Art. Micah says, speaking of working, I must be off and away to bed to rest, perchance to dream. Not that I remember my dreams most of the time. Dude, I chronically remember all of my dreams every day. Anyway, it's exhausting. Do not recommend. 0 out of 10. Okay, so this was our kit bashing phase at the beginning, and this is what we ended up with at the end of the stream. Again, like I use stuff from my asset library, but here's a really good side by side of how much those assets do change. And again, you don't have to change your assets a bunch each time. Like, I'm not saying it like you must make it different. I'm just showing how versatile they can be. Okay, we're gonna screenshot. All right, smile. Micah says, wait for my screenshot to move so I can read what you said. It won't go away. Move. Micah says, absolutely loving how this is going. Oh, good. I hope not to be too exhausted for the launch tomorrow. Yeah, I hope to have all of you guys there. I'm so excited. If you're not already, just make sure you're in our Discord so you don't miss out. Boop. All right. Sean says, oh gosh, I need to get going to run errands. I keep getting sidetracked by y'all. I love this though. We are good at sidetracking. That is what we do here. Maverick, relax. He just keeps shaking his head until I pay attention to him. I know. All right. We're going to get a close-up of Maverick, and then I'm going to be gone for about 20 minutes until break. See the little face? Hi, little man. He's right here. Little guy. Little guy. He's like, I'm not amused. You want to go outside? Okay. All right. It's 2:50. I'll be back around 3:10 Eastern time. So just 10 after, wherever you're at. Thank you guys so much for being here. And again, if you haven't already, follow the Kickstarter. Check it out. It's going to be awesome. All right. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. Bye. Hello and welcome back. It is officially happy hour. Also, I love the little countdown my mod Reaper did, and I did make sure to like wait for it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and then start, and then I realized there's a 20-second delay. So it's not going to work. But just know that I did do it. I thought it was very cute. Alrighty. Well, all the students had stuff that was more just like question based, whether it was like business or technicalities, as opposed to specific art to be reviewed. So I actually don't have anything to review on stream for y'all today, which means it's especially open to questions. Again, it can be it's a very open Q&A. So it can be about me and like how I end up doing this full time. It can be about how to sculpt a cupcake. It can be about stuff specific to your art journey as well. You got questions? Happy hour is your time. This is for the peasants. I will be working on this model still, but just know that this is the time to sidetrack me. It's literally, I make this slot specifically for this. So don't feel like you're interrupting me. Don't feel like you're derailing the stream. This is where we're supposed to derail the stream. It's scheduled. Reaper, what's your favorite color? Pink, which is hysterical as this model is like covered in pink. Yeah. Hello, wait, does anyone know what Micah's Discord is? I think it's Micah. I'll have to do it when I'm not on stream because I'm in streamer mode, so it's like hiding the thing. But I think it's Micah. They're not called Micah in Discord, so I'm cooked. What is the answer to life, the universe, and everything? Oh, I know this one. 42? Yeah. All right. I'm trying to find this username for Aloha because that is technically a question. And I know I have the answer. Is it Blue Jester? I think that might be Blue Jester on Discord. I'm pretty sure it's Blue Jester. What's my favorite number? 14. Yeah, I really do have answers to these, like, definitively. 14 just comes up a lot in my life. It was the day that I was born. No, I do not believe in numerology, astrology, none of that stuff. Astronomy, yes. The other stuff, not so much. Yeah, Blue Jester sounds right. Yeah, I'm like 99.999% sure that Micah is Blue Jester. Why can't you guys have the same username everywhere? Chicken just messaged me, and lo and behold, Chicken is Ari. I only knew because I still had the Courage the Cowardly Dog profile picture. So, okay, bonus points to them. At least I have the same profile picture. But I was like, y'all are killing me here. I only have so much room in my brain available. Alrighty, I'm going to continue working, but I'm still going to answer these questions. What is your favorite pastime other than art? It would have to be video games, reading, doing literally anything outside. I love doing yard work. I love doing stuff with my horse. But like number one, it has to be video games. It's what I do the most often. I would love to be like reading or being outside, but that's not what I do most of the time. It's video games. So yeah. What are the last 4 digits of your bank card and the 3 numbers on the back? You know, it's funny you ask that because 2 of my credit cards have the same ending numbers, which is like, again, the beginning ones are correct because it'll signify what like bank you have. Like American Express, every card number begins with the same number, but I have 2 cards where the ending is the same. And I'm like, what are the odds of that? Anyway, I'm not going to say what they are. Hey, Max is here. Hello, hello. Wrong. The answer is coffee. The answer is always coffee. Max, how are you doing? Are you needing any assistance with art and whatnot? Am I leaving you hanging on an assignment? No, you're doing good. Cool. Just checking on you. There's no timeline. I never want you guys to feel like, oh, where's your assignment? I work at your timeline unless you need to be rushed. Speaking of, I need a submission from Ray. I'm going to yell at Ray. Be like, I'm going to message him right now. How's the time management going? If that seems like really salty, Ray and I are pretty much just friends at this point. It's okay. How's the time management going? Yeah. I'm like genuinely checking in with them to make sure they're good. David said, I could swap to mini if you want. It does make my brain easier. Ah, boom. Perfect. Thank you. Rudy says, Mia, are you being extra nice to Ricky today because he brought you second coffee? Yes. Yes. Max says, I'm procrastinating currently, lol. I got a lot of life stuff happening, so I'm not prioritizing fun, sadly. That's absolutely okay. That happens. As much as I talk about, like, riding my horse, doing stuff outside, whatever, I've only actually saddled up my horse, like, 3 times this year, which is, like, a huge bummer. To be fair, I did do it 2 weeks ago, and then he had an abscess blow out of his hoof, so he is still recovering from that. But I can't complain because I wasn't doing anything with him anyway. Meep. Aloha's mind blown that Mini Mimics is David. Yeah. No problem. I'll try to remember to swap. It's definitely not a big deal, but it's helpful, and it definitely makes Aloha happier. So I've noticed that our average view count is just higher and sustained all the time, which means we have a regular host of lurkers that have never chatted before, but that hang out and lurk, and I love that, and you are my people. You guys know this by now, but if I'm not the content, I don't talk. So it's very cool. I appreciate you guys for being here too. Just want to say that I've noticed that, and it's cool. It's very cool. Reaper posted a thing in art. I want to see. I like Reaper art. Block out for illustration. I used Blender. Is this a zoom in screenshot? I can tell it's Blender because it looks a certain way. Also, Toda's recent project looks so freaking cool. Can we just talk about this for a second too? This is awesome. I think it was paint. It said like giving like Majora's Mask vibes. Yeah, absolutely. I just said, oh, I love it. I love it, like when my students give better feedback than I do. It's okay. My brain was tired. It was 10:30 at night when I said that. Foxy says, you should prioritize yourself a little. I think you're talking to Max, but goodness, you could be talking to all of us. Just Lingual says, Mia, I feel like if this chat had a days without accident counter, it'd be constantly 0, but a 0 we're okay with and surviving together. So well said. All right. If any of my students need me, scream at me on Discord. And by that, I just mean DM. If not, I'm gonna keep on working for the next 30 minutes or so here. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on your guys' radar, and I'm gonna trust you guys to not make a huge deal out of it and derail. This is for tomorrow, not for today. I'm thinking that so the Kickstarter goal tomorrow is $1,000, which is a lot, I realize. If we fund on stream, I think I'm going to make a Tavern pet pro bono. And I was thinking of making like a little blacksmith or something because it's the Master Smith collection. So potentially a free Tavern pet on the house tomorrow. But if you have other like Tavern pet ideas that you'd want to include that are like Master Smith Kickstarter themed, again, that can be very broad. It can be really whatever. Maybe it's a sentient sword. I don't know. Let me know, because if that happens on stream, again, $1,000 is a big deal. I definitely want to spoil y'all with something. And if you're new here and you're like, what the hell is a Tavern pet? Tavern pets are these really cute little chibis that I make. And when people donate, I usually have a bar at the top, which is like a $20 or $30 donation goal. And if we reach that in one day, I sculpt a little chibi. This was from season 1. As you can tell, there are a bunch of them. And we recently began season 2, which features these little dudes. So yeah, this is my husband, that's me, my horse, and Little Rock Man. So this is season 2 so far. I haven't been prioritizing donations on the stream nearly as much lately because a lot of you guys are students or patrons, and like I don't know. I don't want to like constantly be like, oh, money. You know what I mean? Like I recognize your guys' names. You're already making the things happen. I don't need the $2 at a time. But if you want a Tavern pet, that is a thing. I'm gonna talk about it more once the Kickstarter is live and that kind of stuff. But I like to give things a break every now and then. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna get this pose ready for character creator and maybe add some more pouches and belts while we're at it. I'm also going to save this adorable cupcake. So right now I have a folder on my desktop simply called Z Organize, and then I label it whatever master tool it goes under. So item_cupcake. So this will go into my item asset library. And Rudy says, put myself first. Nah, prioritize others to the point of self-destruction. Yee. Yeah, that checks out. That's Rudy for you. Aloha says, Mia. You're just saying my name over and over again, Aloha. This is 100% Stewie and Family Guy. Just mom, mother, mummy. Like, what? Yes. Oh, Mia, you told us to scream at you, so Oh my god. Students. Here, Max DM'd me. Hey Mia, could I get a mini assignment? I fell into a rut in my project work. I need something small and accomplishable as the project work is feeling overwhelming. This is such a good request. You get confetti. Like, this is huge. Again, I am your mentor, right? I am a tool to be used on your art journey. When you need something, you know what you want, ask me for it. It's exactly how to get the best bang for buck. Awesome. I'm on it, Max. Let me get you something. Max, I screamed at you on Discord. But seriously, like, I can't hype that up enough. That's fantastic. Yeah, let's give you a little something. I think you've worked on all kinds of stuff. We did some fabric. I know we did. Oh man, you've been doing project work for a long time. Yeah, you need a break, dude. Yeah, fun and simple. We did the beard, we did the potions, that kind of stuff. I don't know if I have something right now. Oh, here, I got it. I know what to do. Boop, 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 boop. All right. I got a new thing coming your way. It's not going to be as, like, sexy and structured as, like, an assignment, but it's going to have a really nice video to go along with it that I made. Because I have a lot of Sculpt with me's. So yeah, this is my website that is getting overhauled. Don't worry about it. These are all my Sculpt with me videos, so I'll show you how to work on something start to finish. Here's my Dragon series, Yeti. Here we go. I thought, Max, this would be perfect if I had you follow this mushroom Sculpt with me, because you're already working on some mushrooms, and that would be just like a fun little thing. So I want you to do the mushroom one and the medallion, because then I'll have you work on radial symmetry, which we also covered in today's stream. So here are two Sculpt with me projects. You can do both of them or just one. They're honestly both pretty small, and I think you're going to crush them. You don't need to copy them. You really could do whatever you want. So you don't have to make this toadstool mushroom. You could make a bunch of them, or make it purple, or make it tall and skinny, or whatever. But both of these use the same techniques, and specifically radial symmetry. And then you'll end up with some nice little assets that will also actually be usable on your project. Because your little dude up here already has mushrooms on him, and I'm sure you can give him a pendant or a medallion or something that would 100% fit the character you're working on here. That's more up to you, of course, but it is fun when you have like mini side projects that do contribute to the bigger one you're working on. Fantastic. Empress has returned. Very good. What hath I missed? Yeah, you did quiz about me. Max says, thanks so much. I'm not great at reaching out when I need help, so I'm pretty proud of myself for reaching out to you. I'm pretty proud too. I was going to poke you and check on you pretty soon anyway, but that works out. I actually recently asked Empress. I said, Empress, do you feel ready for your first project? Or do you want some more focused studies? Project work can be epic, but very overwhelming. And sure enough, we just saw Max was a little overwhelmed. Isn't that funny how this works out? Empress says, I think I am ready for my first official project. Can we get some more confetti? Can everyone woo Empress right now? This is such a big deal. Like, just to give some context, Empress joined my mentorship program on May 2nd. It was also her birthday. And again, it hasn't even been 2 months. She went from knowing nothing in ZBrush at all to knowing all of the fundamentals and being ready and comfortable enough to work on her first project. Also, she's already created her first original character, which was this adorable little tree stump. Like, can we just... Amazing. All right, Empress, do you want to work on a creature or a character? That's my only question for you. Oh, I've got woos in the chat. I like it. I'm gonna woo her here. Woo her. I'm wooing Empress. Empress says, lol, please, I am terrified. It's part of it. Character or creature? And I have a different startup assignment for both of them. And don't worry, Empress, the very, very first assignment for my project work is no sculpting. Zero sculpting. It is just planning and preparation. So you're not going to feel like you're being thrown off the deep end or to the wolves. I'm going to guide you every step of the way. So an average project has like 8 assignments part of it. So at no point, the project will never be make a character. All right, she picked character. All right, I'm gonna give you that intro assignment for that. There's a ton of information here. Just focus on the goal if you're getting overwhelmed, which means you're gonna be determine like class, race, gender, that kind of stuff. How tall is the character, roughly? Not like 5'2.5". No, like are they tall, are they short? Just stuff like that. All right. Again, there's a lot of information here. You don't need to watch all of it at all. It's just so you feel supported. And if you read this, look how long that is, and you're like, absolutely not. I have other assignments you can work on. But I believe in you. Be brave. Yeah, Reaper, be brave, Empress. Wow, amazing. Cool. Thank you guys so much for being so kind to Max and Empress. I am very protective over my students because they work hard, and I see them on a different side than you guys do. So you treating them with love and compassion is appreciated. It's also not optional, but it's still very appreciated. Awesome. All right. Well, if you guys have any other questions, just let me know. If not, I'm going to keep on working on this adorable fairy godmother. And we're going to update this little cupcake tray because we made a new gorgeous cupcake. So we don't need this. What is this? Ooh. This is my M3DM folder for any new students. Oh, that's right. Oh my god, how cool. All the assignments. Yeah, so I had a low work on fabric folds, planes of the head, hair construction, having fun. Yeah, that's awesome. Combined assignment 1 through 5. This is so organized, and you guys can see all the dates too. Oh yeah, you're overseas, so you put your dates in the wrong order. What is this? I was like 17/6. What month is 17? I'm like, oh right, that's the date or the day. Foxy quoting me. Your love and affection is not optional. It's true. It's true. And Reaper, my mod, said, but also if I was ever mean to her precious students, I would get fired. It's true. I would just full on yeet. Nope. Who was it? It was actually the other Taylor Brownie, that mentioned, or Foxy said this too, where it's like online communities are not a democracy. You know what I mean? It's my rules. I can make up whatever rules I want here, and there's a flow to the peasants and what works here for sure. And then Empress asking, did you just download the lessons? No, these are like Aloha's submissions, because Aloha is 100% my overachieving student in the best way. Aloha submits like full like multi-page PDFs showing me their entire journey through an assignment as they first started it versus where they ended, and then like conclusive thoughts at the end, which is partly why Aloha has improved so much so quickly. So this is another thing cool about my asset library is that as I make new things, like for example, these cupcakes look really lame now, I can just delete them, and now I can just replace them with the really fancy cupcakes that I made. There you go. So over time, my asset library just gets better and better. Here, I'm going to make sure I rotate each one of these cupcakes so they don't look too symmetrical. And then at the end here, I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate this entire row and flip the whole thing 180. Bam. So we have the most randomness to it. Perfect. Oh, awesome. That looks so much better. want to add some more little like pouches and cute details here. So I'm bringing in my items asset library and find some of these like little softer pouches here and add them to the character. Oh, and also on a real note, Aloha, I appreciate you sharing like all the assignments that you've worked on so far. It's fun for me to see too. I'm like, oh man, we have done a lot together. Oh, also, I don't think I responded to this, Aloha, but when I finished Expedition 33, we were absolutely doing our first like official collab model, and I love we both did a little gestural. I might have to like emotionally recover once I finish the game because it's already been kind of traumatic, but at some point I will be ready for that. I am a sensitive potato, and that game is just brutal. What does my husband call me? I am a needy panini. Yeah. I love this, where Foxy gives a tip on how to order things, and Loa's like, nah, I'm good. I love that energy. Ah, beautiful. Good advice, though. I just like my folders like that. Yeah, no, this looks good to me. Mini Mimics is like, yeah, a gestural, do it. Yeah, we're gonna. All right, this is looking pretty good. There we go. Foxy put some fighting words in the chat and said that day, month, year format is superior. Logically, 100%. But no. I will not elaborate. Just no. I'm gonna see if I can fit this ruffle underneath her skirt to kind of create some fun layers. If it works, great. If it doesn't, oh well. I don't want it to be too noisy. And then Lois says no spoilers, please, and deleted something from Mini Mimics. And like, thank God I did not see that message. I don't know what it was, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Aloha. Oh my God, my goat. I did not see it. I'm so grateful. I think I like this ruffle. Mini Mimics argues it's not a spoiler though. Ooh, interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna have to trust Aloha's judgment on this one. That's another reason why I feel like I wouldn't want to stream like playing video games, because if anyone spoiled a game for me while I was playing it, I would absolutely like rage. Like why are my mods always fighting? Can you guys just like chill for a second? Elo says, yes, it is. You literally named a character that Mia doesn't know yet. Yeah, I just started Act 2. My favorite character just died. It's fine. Plot armor? Nope. But yeah, currently my favorite character has to be Eskia. And I feel pretty confident that Eskia is going to live. Don't even elaborate on that if it's not true. I don't want to know, and I cannot handle it if it's not true. think I want some sort of, give it a necklace. Anyway, the real ones will know. I do think I want something on her neck though. It makes her look a little more royalty-esque, which I am not mad about. We missed Seder today. It was a Sederless day. That's okay. Aloha, I appreciate you explaining this so much to me, Mimics, and it's super funny. I don't think they're getting it. So this is a good example, though. Like, me, Mimics said, like, am I spoiling something if I say my favorite character is, like, Jack in Game of whatever? It absolutely is, because then I know that character is going to come in at some point. Does that make sense? So, like, let's say I think the game is about to end, but then I think, oh, well, I still haven't met Dave's favorite character yet. So, yeah. Alright, I had to put that in Tavern quotes because we're talking about Seder. And the combo of like, oh, it's so sweet, Empress. I hope Seder knows he was missed versus Reaper. Poor Seder. He's missing me, bully Aloha. Beautiful. Many Mimics says, okay, I'll avoid mentioning names that exist. Your attitude right now is fucking crazy, my dude. Like, what? Like, that makes so much sense. Like, if you know something is going to happen or someone's going to, like, exist and it hasn't happened yet, it's like reverse engineering 100%. I can be like, okay, I thought the game was ending. Obviously, it's not. Because I know that this crucial character has not shown up. Yeah. Oh, maybe that makes sense. Oh, okay, Mia, it makes sense, I guess. I'm sorry. And then I got super sassy with you because I didn't see... Ooh, this 20-second delay is making me look bad. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. We're all good. You guys just saw some spicy Mia, 100%. Hey, it's happy hour. This is all pretty much regulars. And anyone else that's here that's lurking, they know. They know the deal. They know how I am. If they're like a new lurker, they're probably like, oh my god. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, I feel like we need a bit of a cleavage moment here. Not a ton, but a little something. There you go. Just a little something. A little support. And then some small fabric folds, a little more gauzy too. Reaper is like, spicy Mia is fun, Mia. This is what Reaper lives for. Reaper just like, let me at him. Go there, Seder. Oh, I love you guys too. Work has been a shit show, so I can't even stay. But I saw Mia's ping, just had to drop in briefly. Aw, it's so nice. Foxy asked to me, what is your favorite hot sauce? I think you mean hot sauce. And none. I hate hot sauce. I don't like when my food fights me. Everyone say hi to Seder. You were missed. It's been a good day. It really has. I hope work is less insane. I get how that can be. You know, managing the peasants and whatnot. Alright, I'm going to add some more fabric folds here that are not as symmetrical. And I totally forgot I was supposed to prep this for posing. Started talking about video games and art, and it's happy hour. Again, this is why I have like scheduled derail time. Do I like Thai food? You know, I really haven't had enough to say, but probably. I like lots of foods. I know Thai can be really spicy. And it kind of depends on like what kind of spicy. You know what I mean? Some just taste spicy, other ones cause physical pain. I'm not about that physical pain. Flavor is fine. I don't hate flavor. I'm not that kind of white. Thank you. Oh my god, see, maybe it makes me. I don't read the next message unless Aloha says it's okay. Aloha, I know, is sitting there like, I guess I won't see it. Y'all underestimate how fast I could read. I just won't look at the chat for a couple minutes to make sure I'm totally safe. All right, want some little tiny fabric folds here, and then, thinking of how much I want to get done today, because tomorrow's streams can be the special like Kickstarter launch streams. I don't really have any specific work scheduled. I just have fun activities and nonsense planned. So I would like to make sure I'm on track to getting everything done that I want to still. Even assuming I get nothing done tomorrow. Thinking about it. Okay, I see a lot of messages in the corner of my eye. I don't know what's happening. I'm afraid to look. It's all blue. That's gotta be safe. Oh, it's Reaper saying spam a million times. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, so I don't see the spoiler. You guys are so sweet. Assuming it even was a spoiler. It's true. I did not see it. I did not see the message. I just saw a bunch of blue and I'm like, wait, that's a mod. So either that's Aloha just absolutely destroying David, or we're good. And Sater's like, you could have just put that in a DM to Aloha, scrub. I was thinking the same. Sater is here for like a whole 2 minutes. Call someone a scrub. This is why we love Sater. Amazing. All right. I think we're good. You give David's a bad name. Mini Mimics and Sater, their real name is David. It's very funny to me. Also, David, you're great. Oh, what? Which one am I talking about? Mini Mimics David. I mean, also Sater. You're my freaking mod, obviously. But we're really just giving you a hard time right now, Mini Mimics. Mini Mimics. No, I'm not. My name's Mimic. This is true. I need to start calling you Mimic. Help with some brand recognition for you too. There you go. I think these are the biggest boobs I've ever put on one of my characters outside my pinups. Just because I don't do it often doesn't mean I don't know how to sculpt them. I don't think I like this little weird thing on her. Yeah, no, this weird little neck thing can go away. All right, we are ready to get this all cleaned up for, my goodness, posing. But first, I want to replace the buckles on her shoes with donuts. Yeah, but first, donuts. There we go. Oh my god, that's so cute. How do these function? I have no idea. I guess they're like Velcro donuts, since I'm covering the buckle. Or maybe the buckle is still there, it's just underneath it, so it still functions like normal. Justlingual says, I did a thing. What did you do, Justlingual? Did you make an art? If so, I am super proud of you and I would like to see it. Oh, also your wife is more than welcome to participate in like Artfest too. Just letting you know. But also no pressure. I know life be busy. Just Single says, I finally pulled the trigger to be a student. ZBrush is scary. Like in my program? Like with me? Like my student? Like I get to teach you? Or like, I don't know why you would tell me otherwise. But I have to double check. I hate to be presumptuous. I'm gonna check my email right now. 1 second. I do have a new student. And I'm assuming it's you. I won't say it out loud in case I'm assuming that's your real name. That'd be so awesome. I'm assuming that has to be you. What are the odds, right? Oh, that's so exciting. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to teach you. Amazing. Amazing. Well, welcome to Slingual. I am just absolutely pumped. And you mentioned, no, I didn't make art yet. Yeah, we're going to be fixing that real soon. Literally. Amazing. You're being a turd. Spoiler for anyone who has not seen original Star Wars. No. Okay, listen. One of these things has been released for decades. One of them is a game that came out a few months ago. Okay. I mean, my name is generic. No, it's not. I have literally never met anybody with your name in my entire life. I've heard of the last name. I have never met someone with that first name. I've heard of it, I guess. But anyway, you have a very nice name. I'm so excited. Oh, that's awesome. I think his name is Justin Elgwell. That would be hilarious. Well, awesome. Welcome aboard. Awesome. Also, many mimics. Where is my Star Wars spoiler? I'm ready. Just Single says, really? Yep. I've never met anyone with that name. Immersion ruined. No, 100%. And like I know a lot of names because I worked as an RA in college, but also I hosted all of I worked in the dorms during the summer too because I didn't want to go home. To be clear, I love my dad. I was just, I don't know, grown ass woman at 19, 20. I don't want to go live with dad for summer. Anyway, so I worked instead. And we'd host different groups with like dozens and dozens of people at a time, usually a couple hundred each, that would fill up all of the dorms. So I'm used to reading a lot of names and check-ins. Oh, yeah. No, I get you. Mimics are totally cool. Also, it's usually a good sign. If I'm being sassy with you and if I call you a turd on stream, you know I like you. I will not do that. Otherwise, I'll just be like, I'll be like polite. The nicer I am, it can be a red flag, honestly. Just Single says, I was once in a class with 4 other people with my name. Oh my god, people start guessing what Just Single's real name is. This is so good. No one's gonna get it. Yeah. That's awesome. Also, I'm so excited. Okay, I'm gonna DM Just Lingual right now to get started with mentorship stuff because I'm just freaking pumped. This is so exciting. I love getting new students, especially when they are peasant dorks. That's my favorite. Okay, I just moved. Come here. I grabbed, so I have multiple monitors open, and I have Discord just out of reach right now. This is hilarious. All right, it's fine. All right, I'm gonna send you a DM super soon. Because recently, Taka also joined. Did you guys know that? Taka also became a student recently. That's another Tavern peasant regular. That means you become a friend of mine in Discord. You've been waved to, and I've sent you your first message. It's happening. Sater says it's too broad of a question. We don't know his ethnicity, cultural background, age, where he's from. That's true. I guess so. Fun fact, if I was a boy, my name would have been Ivan. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that information either. All right, so I actually have a script that I have on my computer specifically to move all of my windows when they get stuck. So, sorry, 1 second. Everything's gonna explode. There we go. And we're back. Amazing. All is back. Calvin. All right, here... Unless Justlingual like wants their name to be a secret. Justlingual, do you mind that this is like a game that we're all playing of guessing your real first name? Is that okay? I mean, you shared your first name or your middle name, so I feel like you're not too worried about it. Mimic says, Mia, I'm not worried about you, just Aloha. They scare me. You're on the right track. I want to give a hint for their name, but it's way too obvious of a hint. Don't you hate that? Like, it's a really good hint if I could think of a single other name that'd meet that criteria. Just single says, yeah, I don't care. I think it's funny. Okay, good. Okay, here's my vague hint. So my name has 3 letters, which is objectively not very many. My name is Mia, M-I-A, woo. Their name has a similar amount of letters. Not the same, but similar. Which again is unusual, because I feel like most names are around like 5 letters-ish. I feel like that's a pretty good hint. Is Aloha fighting mimics? I think so. Oh no, Taylor's attacking me again. I see you guys pointing at each other in the chat. Whatever. Sater says, wow, queen of hints. It's a decent... Eli. Okay, like, warmer? Also, Sater, I thought you had to go to work. It's like we summoned you and now you're here. It's great. All right, I'm gonna sass my mod for a second here. Why are Reaper and Aloha fighting? That's a great question. I don't know why my mods don't get along. It's above my pay grade. Our only hint is 3 letters. No, it is specifically not 3 letters. It's around there. It's either 2 or 4. I'll say that. It's about 3 letters. She said like 3, but not 3. Oh my god, you guys are so pedantic. I love it. They're like, obviously, Sater, she said this one word that makes that mean something totally different. I adore y'all. I think you are so much fun. Sater, you're making her hint worse. No, that was my hint, though. It literally was. I love that we're getting some Justlingual lore right now. This is amazing. John? Oh, even my husband wants to guess your name. Ricky, I said that I have never heard this name before, like, or met someone with this name before in my life. John is quite possibly the most common name ever. And again, I've heard of Justlingual's real name before, but I've never actually met somebody with that name. Sater said, I take back what I said. My work Muppets are better. I'm flabbergasted. I'm sure Ricky was like, I just got here. What's happening? Wait. Ricky. Oh. Yeah, your guess was terrible. It's okay. I feel like I have to raise the stakes. Like, you guys, I need to incentivize you guys. Whoever gets it right. I don't know. Oh, my favorite. You'll get fake currency. You'll get poing. How's that? Oh my goodness. Sater says, all right, well, I have to go. I'll find out at some point. It's true. Or we'll all scheme to specifically not tell you. Let's see how long that lasts. But yeah. Bye, Sater. Thanks for stopping in. It's better when you're here, but it's fine. I guess you can go work. Just Lingual says, I have 2 Johns in my family, so that's funny. A lot of people in my family are named Jim, James, Jimmy, Jimbo. I know this model looks the same. I'm aware. I swear I am doing things though. It's doing like pose prep. So that way I can put this in character creator and do the things, which just means like consolidating my subtools and not naming everything ring_1, ring_2. Look at you guys. Children, why are there so many gifs of cats fighting? Otto? Otto was a great guess, Ricky. No. It's 2 or 4 letters. I feel like I'm gonna have to tell you guys how many letters it is, because yeah. That's too good of a hint, though. I'm impressed by Otto, though. Wow, this topology is on vacation. Let's fix it a little bit. That's better. Let's get rid of topology you can't see. And mirror and weld while we're at it. Yeah, I knew it's gonna be mad. Relax. Sweet. And decimate. Hey, Torben's back. Hello, hello. Just Single says Gray sounds like a fun name. It's edgy. It's like naturally edgy. And Bruce says she looks so fun. I agree. All right. Making progress, doing the things. Nightmare topology. That's better. Finn. Also a great one. Nope. Okay, you guys are... It's only 2 letters. His first name is 2 letters. It's not 4. I said it was not 3. I said it was 2 or 4, and nobody's guessing 2. I've never met anybody with a name with fewer letters than my own. Is it even an American name? Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the roots are for this name. I'm sure Just Single could tell you that. L. No. Bo. No. Oh my gosh, this is so much fun. I thought you guys would get it immediately if I told you it was 2 letters. And no Googling 2-letter names. I can't verify if you did that or not. Joe. No. Look at you guys go. Oh, goodness. Just Single said, ooh, technically my first name is 4 letters. I just only use the 2. Oh my god, no, I don't know what your name is. What? What is your name? TJ, no. Poe, no. If for those who are like, what is going on? We're trying to guess one of our community members' names. They are a regular peasant at the Tavern here. Turns out their name is not just lingual. Ty. Mm-mm. Oz. No. Y'all, I am so confused. That's actually a 4-letter name. Ozzy is a great guess. It's just not. Doctor. No. Okay, Reaper, you're just like, Sa. No. Shet is a good guess, but no. So is Lee. Oh, goodness. Ed. Okay, apparently your girl is not very name creative or savvy. Did not think of like any of these. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Oh, cool. Justin will send me a DM. Yeah, what is your name? What? Because, like, 2-letter, sure, but 4? Is it like... Oh my god, how did I not think of that? Okay, their name is, like, super, super, super common when it's 4 letters. And, like, 2-letter, not as common, but definitely a real name still. Holy crap, this is going to be so hard to guess. Okay, Ricky is going to get this immediately. Just Lingual, you were officially the first person with this name that I like. I'm just saying. Like, the 2-letter version, love that. But people that use your full name like normal, the 4-letter version, I swear to God, I don't like them. I've just never liked one. Actually dated one. That's funny. But generally didn't like... Reaper, Dave, he doesn't go by Da. Then Torv mentioned, Mia, I heard you talking about your husband and horse and your cute little dog. But I guess no kids. Yeah, absolutely not. I will never have children. Ever. Just Lingo says, I hate people like me too. Based. Oh, I'm glad that, like, you've been around. We're cool. We know each other. Because when I said eye contact was terrible. Oh, Ricky got it. Kai. Amazing. Ricky got it. So you guys can probably guess his name. I can't believe that I couldn't guess his name from that. Wait, Aloha is upset and put, I got it in all caps. Oh no, did I miss Aloha saying Kai? I'm scrolling up. I don't see where you put that. Empress says, as a matter of fact, anyone here do so on topic, retopo. How long would you guess this model would take? It would be a hot minute. Aloha did get it first. I am so sorry, Aloha. Look at how furious. Oh, it's right above it. Okay, Aloha got it first. Sorry. And then Cordas here. Cordas, okay. Vallum. I'm gonna go with just Cordas. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Brazil. Awesome. Greetings, welcome in. Amazing. I always think it's really cool with people all over the world that are watching. Like, Aloha is also overseas. Across, a different direction, but still. We took oh, here we go. I fell out of edit mode. Okay. Actual teaching moment here. By default, ZBrush is actually a 2.5D program. So if you click and drag, when you fall out of edit mode, you just make a bunch of instances of your model, and it's a disaster. This is how ZBrush opens by default. That's why you get all those little squares. To fix this, just do Command N, click and drag one instance, and the letter T. T for tiger. Bam, and you're back. Happens all the time to my new students. Empress is like, everyone's playing Guess Who, and I'm just like, information on the arts, please. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Empress, for being on topic. All right. I am getting this ready for Character Creator 4, so I'm reducing the poly count on everything and fixing the subtool names because they're currently super chaotic. And the reason why I'm posing Character Creator instead of ZBrush, because I like to make multiple poses. You can do that in ZBrush too, but it's just faster to rig it once and then make a couple variations. All right, renaming all these subtools and then merging things that will move together. So like this cupcake on her head, her eyeballs and eyelashes and eyebrows will all be bound to the same bone in her head. So I'm gonna go ahead and merge those. And then Jocelyn is speaking Spanish, I believe, saying, Hola, espero que você esté teniendo un buen día. You're asking something about their day? I know very little Spanish. So, yes. Jocelyn, basing on their very obvious name, can speak lots of languages. I like languages and stuff. I just don't. What? Something. Tendo? That's not tango. I'm like, you have something day? Oh, I don't know. Qual parte de Brazil? That has to be which part of Brazil? Right? I'm also interested. On today's episode of Mia Streaming, today features me poorly speaking Spanish. Hey, the effort is there. All right. I'm actually going to adjust a couple of these little pieces by her face. Kind of tighten those up. There we go. I know her hairline looks super chaotic. Don't worry, we're going to fix it. There we go. It's Portuguese. I don't speak it. I just studied school for a little bit. That explains why like some of the words looked similar to Spanish, but I wasn't like quite able to read a lot of it, but it was very similar. That explains a lot. Poor Lingual just trying to make a friend out in another language, which is hysterical because like Cordas like spoke perfect English, like good afternoon, greetings from Brazil. If you, joke's on you, they don't even speak Portuguese. Poor Lingual, only Lingual. Oh goodness. You know it's the end of the stream when my regulars are just bullying each other kindly. It's beautiful. Barely lingual. So lingual. No, just lingual. He nailed it. Watch, he's gonna be like, you know what, Mia? Cancel my mentorship. Just kidding. You guys suck. Why are you not smoothing? What is this? Worst apology. Fine, I'll just delete you. You don't actually have to be there. None of that's gonna be visible once on her back. Ha. There you go. And then Corda says to Just Lingual, I'm from Sao Paulo. I can understand a little English. I doubt that based on the way that you're able to type. I don't know. I've just noticed that a lot of y'all, they're like, oh, I can barely speak English. And you guys are like fluent. This I play D&D every Saturday with a German, someone from Germany who said that they're not very, like they can barely speak English. And I swear they have such good grammar and like they have an accent, but like they're super easy to understand. We'll see. Sao Paulo. Hey, I don't know. I sound like where I'm from. Sao Paulo? I don't know how to say it. Why would I know how to say it? Sao Paulo. Very cool. It wouldn't be a stream without my mods bullying me in the chat. I'm gonna fire you guys. There. There. I don't know where the joke is. That there's a joke in there somewhere. The joke is that I would literally never do that. All right, we're finally almost done getting this ready. This is like the most boring part, but it's a necessary part, and it is relaxing. Reaper says, nah, you like us too much. It's true. Foxy says, Mia, can I take over the mod ship from Aloha? You were on my short list. It's true. But no. What is happening? Aloha has pinged Reaper. Yep. That's adorable. Reaper says, we keep you on your toes. It's true. All right, wow, hello. So if you click the letter F on your keyboard, it will zoom in to whatever subtool you've selected, which is currently her face. I have that selected right now because it's way higher res than I need it to be. So I'm gonna remesh by union to reduce the poly count a touch. There we go. And I can decimate this down to like 11,000 points. We'll see. Yep, looks good. The eyes look weird now because I don't have that toy plastic material on her eyeballs. Now it's just skin shade, so it looks a little soulless and weird. But that's okay. That doesn't affect the 3D print, which, by the way, is what we do here. I feel like I haven't mentioned that in a very long time. Oh, I forgot I had candy canes. Where did I put that? There it is. Definitely needs the candy canes. This is really cute. Yeah, I'll have some of these like hooked on her belt. Oh, I love that. This character is so cute. I love all these stupid... Yeah, you guys are having a good time. Good. Fun is being had, I think. Meanwhile, I have serious DMs from Reaper and Aloha being like, I can't be expected to work like this. Shirt, wings, yes. I don't know why both of her shoes are named Cupcake Tray. I don't know when that happened. There we go. Perfect. All right, all the subtools have been renamed and organized. Of course, the cupcake tray is not actually named cupcake tray. This is cylinder. Do I sell my models on Colts 3D? I sure do. It's not my main form of income by any means. Most of like the bread and butter of what I do is on Patreon, taking requests, and very soon, Kickstarter, which launches tomorrow. But yeah, if you type M3DM, literally anywhere, Colts 3D, Creality Cloud, my mini factory, you'll see all my work. I've got hundreds and hundreds of models on there. I'm tired of saying 1,000 over and over again, so I'm trying out hundreds and hundreds. It doesn't have the same ring to it. Mimic says, spoilers, I am not having fun. You're having the most fun. Also JK. Yeah, that's what I thought. The stream will be ending here very soon. I'm just dead set on getting this finished. Oh my god, I love these stupid gifts. All right. This character is all prepped. Let's go ahead and put everything on the lowest subdivision level. All right, we're doing an art right now. So low subdiv is just taking a subtool and has a lower resolution version of it. So this is lowest subdiv, highest. Low detail, high detail. I want my lowest subdiv when all of it's merged down to not exceed 300,000 points. Why? It's just easier for Character Creator to deal with. If you have a ton of polys, it like crashes the program. So merge visible, let's see where we're at. We're at 443,000 points. That is definitely too many. We are like double over budget. Not double, I can't math, 30%. That is a-okay. I can look at each one of these pieces and kind of see where the poly count is too high. That's 18,000. Oh, it's her body. That's fine. Ooh, this is 48,000 and this is 50. Oh, it's her hair. Yeah, let's half both of those. Hey, Steamworks is back. Hello. Welcome back. Vinay says, does Colts have good traffic? It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. It's a very, very small percentage of what I make every year. Emperor says, Mia, do you ever make a folder and save a copy of unmerged models before performing operations? Nothing is merged right now. I don't merge down until the very, very last thing. So I do save these unposed versions in a Google Drive folder. I almost said Goggle Drive. All right, these look pretty clean. I love these wings. Sleeves look good. Are my mods making up? Are they doing better? I give some Dr. Pepper. Yeah, that's what I thought. Very good. Ember says, oh, okay. Excellent questions. Sometimes if I answer, if it seems a little bit dry, just know that I'm just a little bit dry sometimes. Doesn't mean that it's not a good question. Vinay asks, best model selling sites in your opinion. For me personally, in order, it is Patreon, Kickstarter, my Mini Factory, Colts 3D, Creality Cloud. And that is like pretty much in order of income almost too. The Patreon, Kickstarter are very, it depends. It could be one or the other based on your business and how you do things. How are we doing here? That's better. Man, why are you still so high poly? What? There's something I'm missing. I just know it. Let's go to the top here and kind of scrub down. That's not part of it. Oh, here we go. This is 146,000 points. I forgot to click all low. That's why. I knew it. Sweet. We're at 299,000 points. Amazing. I am 1,000 polys budget to spare. Just how I like to do things. All right, sweet. Reaper mentioned, just buy a hard drive and save everything there. I do. So if you do this, and this is just good advice for anyone. So this is my full-time job. Ricky and I, this is what we do. Whenever I hear like these horror stories of artists losing a bunch of their work, like in the beginning, I used to I felt bad for them. I still do now. But now that I've done this for years, like you should be prepared. Okay. I have a ton of copies of my work. One, there is a copy that exists on my MacBook. That is what I created, right? Two, I have a copy on Google Drive in a folder. And three, once a month, I take everything I've created and upload it onto a separate solid state drive, hard drive. So at any given point, my work is in 3 places, technically 5, because I also have my entire library on my Mini Factory and all my collections on Gumroad. This is the way. Like, you have to have backups of your work. Great questions. Benay says, well, Patreon, you need a following, right? Yeah, again, you said in my opinion. So based on how I do things, yes. Like where to be sold, where we should sell our models as a beginner. I also answered that. And no matter where you are, you're going to need to have a following of some sort. That's just the dirty truth. It can be easy to think that the platform is going to be what gives you success. It's just not. It's just a tool. Like the people that support me and like my work, it wouldn't have mattered whether I was on my May Factory or on Colts. Like I know artists that got their start on Colts versus my May Factory. Again, you're not asking the right question. Does that make sense? There is no like secret best platform. And if it is based on my opinion, I give you my answer. Mimic said, oh good, it's not just me with 12 or so backups. Exactly. And just Lingual says, and then you name them test 1, test 2, test 3, right? Exactly. Make sure to have terrible naming conventions as well. Mimic says, that's why I'm one of her students. I need people. That is definitely kind of like a nice little jump start. Like being my mentorship program, being able to advertise to my community. Like our Discord has almost 1,000 people at this point, and it's not a get rich quick scheme by any means, but I am more than happy to share my community with my students for sure. I love this model. My goodness. She is a cutie patootie. All right, and go ahead and save this in work in progress. And this is totally ready for Character Creator. Let me get that uploaded. And the reason why I upload it on Google Drive, 1, backups, but 2, I'm working on a MacBook right now, and Character Creator does not run on Mac, it's only on Windows. So I upload it so I can download it on a different computer. It sounds really slow and tedious. I promise it's not that bad. It's worth it in the end because we do get, multiple poses out of each character that I create. Sweet. Looking good. New buy type unlocked. Yeah, I don't do very many like this. I like this character a lot. Sweet. Fairy Godmother. Done. So all of my posing is done off stream. That's my husband does that. And then if I do pose things that are creatures or animals or humanoids, even like digitigrade legs, I do pose those on stream using Transpose Master. But I've been streaming for years. If you scroll back on my live streams, you'll see me complete characters start to finish a ton. Yeah. But this, you're not going to see the pose. You're going to see the pose, but you're not going to see the process. I do have videos that I have downloaded so I can like scrub through and show you guys the process in Character Creator 4. Essentially, you rig it and then you move things around the same way that you would in like Blender, for example. I recently posed a critter. Yeah, I made the Hellhound puppy and that got posed on stream. So that was just 2 days ago. Oh, I already removed that file because it's completed. Sometimes I'm too quick for my own good. I really keep all of my files as organized as possible because I create so many models. But yeah, like this cutie patootie, this was all done on stream. And it was actually sculpted from scratch too. Just a simple little pose. Again, that was done using Transpose Master. I like the poly painted version better. Yeah, that was so much fun. Empress says, we've been trying to get Ricky to do Character Creator 4 stream, but he doesn't have enough nourishment to be entertaining. I do not starve my husband. I'm a great cook. Thank you. Please and thank you. All right. It's been 4.5 hours. We're set. We're moving on. It's last call. Okay. The stream's ending right now. If you have any last minute questions, now is the time to ask. Ricky, need water. You're fine. All right. tomorrow is a big deal. Tomorrow's stream is going to feature the launch of my Kickstarter project. I am so proud of this project. I've been working really hard on it, Ricky and I both, for the better part of like a year. We're gonna have a really special stream to celebrate that tomorrow. If you want to watch that stream, you should. Here is the link to that. And it starts at 1 p.m. Oh wow, that command still works. Holy crap. I didn't know it still worked. Cheers. Yeah, super cute. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I think this is the highest viewed stream I have ever done. We are creeping up on almost 400 views of people coming in and out, having a time, lurking, and a lot of new subs too. So just thank you. My goal is 10. If I have 10 people watching, to me that is a party. So almost 400 is a lot more than 10. So thank you, seriously. And come hang out tomorrow. I have a really fun stream planned for y'all. It's gonna be great. Gonna watch Kickstarter. It's gonna be hype, as the kids say. God, that was terrible. Yeah, I'm so excited. And I do have a tier on the Kickstarter that's just, it's $1. So if you got no money, no printer, no problem. Because seriously, I know a lot of you guys don't have 3D printers. You just like to be part of the community. So that's a way for you guys to literally like be a backer on the campaign and, I don't know, be fancy, be recognized. I want to make sure that I had something that would be able to include y'all too. All right, I think that's a wrap. That brings us to the end of the stream. Again, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Be there, be square, or be square. Just show up. It's gonna be awesome. Even just to say, like, for 2 seconds, it's gonna be super fun. All right, y'all. Take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.